Let's get peppy. Welcome to PEP 195. That is PEP, or Planet Extra podcast. I am the host of Planet America, Chaz Licciardello. It's on the ABC Australia, but this is not an official podcast of the ABCs. Repeat, not an official podcast of the ABCs. But on PEP, we do cover all the stuff that's too nerdy for TV. If you're listening, you can find us on YouTube at the PEP with Chaz and Dr. Dave channel, and also PEP Clips, I believe that's called. PEP Clips, great. Go PEP Clips. It's got about 3 subscribers. And you can also see highlights right there on the PEP Clips YouTube channel. You also find timestamps and show notes in our blurbs. And if you leave a comment under our current episode video, we are likely to see it. You can also tweet us or blue sky us, whatever the term is, post, I guess, at PEPCHASDRDAVE. That's at PepChaz Dr. Dave. I suggest you do that because if when we're late, say, hypothetically speaking, by 3 days, we'll tell you on Twitter and Blue Sky, and then you won't need to email us going, where's the podcast? It'll just be there. If you want to chat to some fellow peppers, you can join our Discord server. It's on the screen now or in the blurb of the podcast. But if you want to contact me or Lockie the Lackey privately, why not email us? The address is producer@pepthepodcast.com. That address again is producer@pepthepodcast.com. But now let's turn to a man who is often on his phone, but when he is, he's not raising the stakes and inconsequential views. And that's the important bit. It's Dr. Dave Smith. Hello, Dave.
Hello, how are you?
I'm great. You must be pretty pleased after a magnificent Super Bowl. The score might have been 100-0 for all I know. I have no idea.
Not far off. But before we talk about that, let me give my disclaimer.
Oh, please do.
Yes. Now, when Moses asked God, what is your name? God replied, I am what I am. Because I am not God, I'm going to give you a more specific answer than that.
Yes.
I am Dr. David Smith, and I'm an associate professor at the United States Studies Centre at the University of Sydney. But I do not speak for either of those institutions or for God.
Wow, that's a new element.
I am nobody's spokesperson. Let me just make that very clear, especially when I'm talking about the Super Bowl. Okay. Because people are going to have very strong opinions about this, and I don't want to tie it to any place that I work for or to any deity.
Okay, well, as I said before, this is not an official podcast of the ABC, so I don't speak for them. But I do speak for the University of Sydney and the US Studies Centre. So, that's, sorry, folks. Look, there are a million things to talk about today, Dave. So I'm going to save the correspondence and probably a leftover or two, I imagine, for the end. I'll do a little Unleashed while Lockie's editing this thing. But I really cannot go on to Super Bowl without addressing the MediaWatch story. Because I know a lot of you were quite interested in that MediaWatch story. Actually, no, you know what? No, let's do Gratefuls first, and then we'll do MediaWatch. Because I'm not grateful for MediaWatch this week. Let's go, Dave.
Okay. I'm grateful that I don't have skin cancer.
Wow.
Yes.
Why would you have skin cancer?
Well, I got my skin checked this week. The reason being, a couple of years ago, you may remember I got a basal cell carcinoma removed from my face. Now, basal cell carcinomas, for those of you probably too young to know, are the most common form of skin cancer. About 70% of white Australians will be afflicted by basal cell carcinoma at some point during their lives. Now, the good news is it's not a fatal cancer, because unlike fatal cancers, it doesn't spread. Instead, it burrows. So it's
spreading down.
It's a good idea to get them removed, even though they can't kill you. Like, I remember what they said about my basal cell carcinoma was, it's not life-threatening, but it is nose-threatening. And I thought, well, I'm not going to throw a perfectly good nose away, thank you very much. So I got it removed. I went into this skin check being certain that I had other basal cell carcinomas, because I was actually told after the last one, if you've already got one at this age, you've got a 100% chance of getting another one. I've never heard a doctor use the term 100% before.
Yes.
But it turns out I didn't. And I've considered myself very lucky, because when I put sunscreen on, it always nostalgically reminds me of when I played cricket as a kid, right? But you know the problem with that? I only played cricket for 4 hours a week.
Yeah.
So if sunscreen is reminding me that specifically of an activity which only took up 4 out of 144 hours of the week, that might be a sign that I wasn't wearing sunscreen enough in other contexts. But after this skin check, they told me I'm not high risk enough to have regular skin checks with them. They said, unfortunately, you're not high risk enough to have regular skin checks with them.
Unfortunately.
I do not regard it as unfortunate. That is what I'm thankful for.
They must have loved your company, Dave. Take it as a compliment. So this basal cell carcinoma thing you're talking about, that's nose threatening. Do you think that's what's going on? I'm really pulling out the new references here.
Yep.
Do you think that's what's going on with that Cat Ballou guy, the guy with the silver nose? That he had a basal cell carcinoma.
I've got no idea.
Cat Ballou, don't you know Cat Ballou? That's only a 60-year-old movie.
Yeah. Don't know it.
And you thought I was only 47. Actually, I'm 90. The references are getting older and older. Lockie's desperately looking that up right now. Cat Ballou. Oh, you can't even spell Cat Ballou. This is how old the reference is. Yeah. Cat Ballou, fuck you, Chaz. Lockie's searching for. That's okay. Don't worry about Lockie. You can put it in post.
Yep.
I've got two gratefuls. One is I found all the Doge stuff really depressing. I have to say. I had a long rant about it on Planet America on Friday, and you wait for today. There's another one coming. But there is one thing that makes me smile about all the Doge stuff. And it just, it makes the whole thing just a little bit more pleasant. And that is how terrible Democrats are at protesting. It is full-on comedy capers out there with a double K. And it just adds some light relief to your news coverage. And I don't know if have you seen any of the protests?
No,
they
I
are
haven't.
great. Like, there are some effective protesters out there. AOC is an effective protester, right? Then there is notorious rabble-rouser Chuck Schumer.
We will win. We will win. We will win. We will win.
The guy with a walking cane.
We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't rest. We won't.
You know what? I reckon Chuck Schumer, that 150-year-old woman next to him, and the dude with the walking cane will all rest very, very soon. Okay, so that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That's good. See how I see smile?
It is, yes, yeah.
It really warms the heart.
That is good quality.
But it doesn't end there, because then there's Maxwell Frost. He's a young'un, so he's not like those three.
Maxwell Frost.
Yeah,
he sounds like he would have been a character on Cat Ballou.
Yes. He's only like 28, so he's quite young, and he's got a lot more energy and presence than those three did just then.
Yeah.
But he tried to lead a chorus, and what he has in youth, he lacks in organisation, and leading to this exhilarating chant.
What do we need?
Sorry. Could we hear what they need again?
What do we need?
We're never going to know what those people need, Dave. It's good stuff. He put that up. He put it up himself. It's great stuff. Anyway, I'm grateful to your dedication to comedy, Democrats. Thank you very much in these dark times. That's the first one. The second one is I've got a surprise grateful. It's a surprise in so many ways.
Yes,
it's a surprise grateful to Tulsi Gabbard. Do you see what I mean? It's a surprise. I've rarely been grateful to Tulsi Gabbard for anything in the past.
Yep.
But look, I don't give her credit for a few things from her hearing, trying to be confirmed as a director of national intelligence the other day.
Yeah.
Number one, I think her Section 702 policy that she's kind of found her way to over the last few years is quite sensible.
Yep.
She wants a warrant requirement, but she doesn't want to trash the entire section. She just wants a warrant requirement.
Yep.
That's sensible. That's a good balance. I like that. Good on you. But she was seriously under the pump during her hearing. I don't know if you watched any of it, but she was actually on the line. Like she was balancing on the she was on the tightrope. And not just because of Democrats, but because of Republicans as well. She couldn't afford to lose one vote. And everyone on that committee had one thing in common, Democrat or Republican. They were all obsessed with hating on Edward Snowden. The Intelligence Committee, remember? The Intelligence Committee. They don't like Edward Snowden much. And Tulsi Gabbard has a history of supporting Edward Snowden, of calling for pardons. I think she sponsored a bill for Edward Snowden as well. And they were very, very keen to make her eat her words on Edward Snowden. In particular, they were desperate to get her to use the words, Edward Snowden is a traitor. I reckon 10 times. That's not an exaggeration. 10 times people were trying to get her to say Edward Snowden's a traitor, and she just wouldn't.
So was Edward Snowden a traitor?
Senator, my heart is with my commitment to our Constitution and our nation's security.
Ours too. Was he a traitor at the time when he took America's secrets, released them in public, and then ran to China and became a Russian citizen?
Senator, I'm focused on the future and how we can prevent something like this from happening again.
Was Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
Senator, I will also repeat my answer. He broke the law.
You said, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America? That is not a hard question to answer when the stakes are this high.
Senator, as someone who has
your
served
answer,
in
yes
uniform,
or no, is Edward Snowden a traitor to the United States of America?
as someone who has
I'll go on
worn
to
our
my
uniform
questions.
in combat, I understand how critical our national security
Apparently
is.
you don't. Apparently you don't.
And for those wondering, that guy at the end there was not Jimmy Stewart on meth. That was Michael Bennett, the senator from Colorado.
They were in the same primary race together, weren't they?
Jimmy Stewart and Michael Bennett. He's old enough. No, they were. They were in 2020.
Yeah.
Well,
pretty sure Tulsi Gabbard got further.
To be fair, literally every Democrat was in that primary race. It was a big stage.
Memories.
Gabbard has now, she's gone on the record many times asking for a pardon for Edward Snowden. So it would have been a huge flip-flop for her to back down. But she could have done it. They were making very clear to her that she should do it. The Republicans were as well. And it looked like Todd Young, in particular, a Republican senator, was definitely going to kill her nomination over that issue. His entire questioning was just about call Edward Snowden a traitor. And he actually read out the dictionary definition of traitor. He read out the Merriam-Webster definition. But she stood firm. Even though Edward Snowden himself tweeted just before.
I am a traitor.
No, they were just saying, just back down, Tulsi. They're going to try and get you on me. Just back down. Just say I'm a security risk. And she didn't. And I'll give her credit. That kind of character in that particular instance is rare in politics in this day and age. I'll give her credit for it. I'm grateful for that. I wouldn't have voted for her for DNI.
No.
But I give her credit for showing some character there.
Yes.
The reason I wouldn't have voted for her, if you're interested, I'll put in the homework. I'll link you to Mark Kelly's questioning of her, which was fantastic. Once again, it was something I'd love to see more of. It's like a 6-minute link. So
really? So America's most boring astronaut is actually good at interrogating people.
Well, what he was doing was he was doing it. I mean, part of what was good was that he was doing it in a boring way. He wasn't grandstanding. There was no Michael Bennett style screaming and pointing. There was none of that. He just very calmly, gently, and intelligently took her through some of her past judgments about intelligence to show that her judgment about intelligence is terrible. And they said, and that's the reason I can't support you, and that's the reason I can't support her either, because her judgment about intelligence is awful, and that's the whole job of the DNI. Yeah. But anyway, I'm grateful for your character, Tulsi. Now, MediaWatch. I saw a lot of defenses of me online. I did appreciate them. I don't know how many of them were peppers. I'm assuming all of them. but thank you very much for those who got out there. It was nice, but I just want to share with you guys what I liked about the MediaWatch segment and what I didn't like. I'll put in the homework. You can watch it again if you want, in case you know what we're talking about. I'm not going to lie. The story didn't wow me. But what I'm not bothered by is MediaWatch's chief allegation, which is that I broke the charter by promoting my private podcast on the public airwaves and then selling merch on the pod. Look at editorial policy 12.1 and 2. References to trade names, brand names, and logos may be made, provided that commercial references must not be unduly frequent or unduly prominent. This podcast became a commercial reference as soon as I sold merch, and I can see why MediaWatch would think me promoting every single podcast with a big logo on the bottom of the screen was a trifle unduly frequent and prominent.
All right.
I'll pay that. Fair cop. Okay, so I don't mind that. I must admit it never occurred to me before that was a concern because I don't think of this podcast as commercial for obvious reasons. I've been going out of my way to not make money because of the ABC ties. I always thought this podcast is part 2 of the TV show, so that's why I've never run ads, run a Patreon, etc. Sold merch only to subsidise Lockie's wages. You know that. You've heard this before. But even then, by the way, I know the merch is outrageously expensive. You don't need to tell me that, but we set the prices so we're making tiny profits. Anyway, we're just bad business people. So anyway, so since I thought the podcast wasn't commercial and this was a part 2 of the show, it made sense to promote it at the end of every show, but that's what was going in my head. But MediaWatch, as soon as they said from our point of view that's a breach of the charter, I thought, shit, you're right. Let's stop doing that because you're absolutely right. So fair enough. I also love that MediaWatch is going after ABC people, even for minor infringements. I said that last week. That's all good. Just to be clear, I don't mind them calling me a funny man, even though some peppers got offended on my behalf. If you wear a chicken suit as many times as I have in my career, you're going to get called a funny man. And you know what? I prefer to be called a funny man than a chaser boy. So thank you very much.
It just reminded me of Frontline. Here's our Friday night funny man, Elliot Rhodes.
Yes.
But anyway.
I also don't mind them getting this wrong about the ABC Facebook page.
Because over on Facebook, the PEP podcast has been published on the official Planet America page, which of course is owned and administered by the ABC.
That's just wrong. The page is owned and administered by me. The ABC have branded it, but I put stuff up. I moderate it. I decide what goes there. It was my page originally called Planet America Chaz, but ABC social media wanted to brand everything consistently, so I let them because I'm a champ. But it's my page. I mean, how could the podcast be posted on a page run by the ABC? I wonder if that occurred to Linton. I did tell Linton this as well, by the way, about that's my page. But I'm not mad at them about getting that wrong because with that ridiculous branding that they found in the bio that said ABC is responsible for this page, what do you expect them to think? That's fair enough. They go where the evidence is. No problems with that at all. I didn't even know that was there, by the way. Bloody ABC social media. Anyway, for those who have seen in the bio where I say this is not an official ABC page, don't hold that against MediaWatch. I just put that in after Linton was asking me 50 questions about the Facebook page like it was an ABC page. And I thought, I should clarify this. So that's a fair enough misunderstanding from MediaWatch, okay? No problems there. But what made me sad is that I think it's important to not just get the facts right. I think it's important to get the narrative right. Their facts were largely right, apart from what I've already said. But the narrative was not right. There were 3 times I thought that MediaWatch got the narrative wrong, and at least one of them I suspect was intentional. 1, you got the impression from watching their show that this podcast has nothing to do with Planet America. Linton referred to it as a side hustle and never once explained that it's actually coverage of the stories we didn't cover enough on Planet America, which is what it is. You'd think it was like a random comedy podcast, the way they talked about it and showed all these zany moments. And you'd think that we were just making it because I wanted more me time. As Linton put it, 2 TV shows a week weren't enough for Chaz. Now, I'm not sure that they created that impression intentionally. It might just be an accident, but they created that impression and it was inaccurate. And that's important because it makes it look like I'm mentioning it on the show just for publicity purposes, not because the podcast is super relevant to Planet America viewers, which is the truth. So that's the first one. The second one is Linton created the impression that we've changed our ways since they called us out because we were being a little bit slippery, maybe ducking and hiding. This is how he put it.
After we put questions to the ABC, Chaz's plugs for PEP merchandise were scrubbed from the ABC's Planet America Facebook page. And we noticed there have been no promos for the podcast since then either, with a spokesperson telling us,
MediaWatch has identified the increasing ambiguity over time between what is ABC and non-ABC content in relation to the podcast and Facebook page. This and the use of ABC resources needs to be better clarified and will be resolved through discussions between the ABC and Chaz.
Now, I played that grab in full, even though the second half wasn't helpful to me because I like to play the full context, unlike some of the grabs that MediaWatch played. But let's leave that aside. They've only got 15 minutes. We've got 7 hours. But they did run the comment there from the ABC accepting our error. So that's good. But the reason, Linton, you noticed that there were no mentions of the podcast on Planet America was because both the ABC letter said we weren't going to do that, and I personally on this podcast told you that we weren't going to do that. It was us taking responsibility, Linton, not being slippery. So now that flawed narrative may also have been unintentional. But the last one is what makes me sad. There was an unmistakable attempt to portray me as greedy and trying to exploit the ABC to make a profit out of them. And that is absolute bullshit, and Linton knows that. Linton knows we haven't run ads or patrons on this pod. He knows we don't make much money from the merch. He knows that all of the merch money goes to Lockie's wage and I still pay a slab of it out of my own pocket. He knows I've deliberately tried to not make money on this pod. He could easily have made that clear while rapping me on the knuckles for being slack about the ABC's editorial policies that were being fair. The knock on me was not that I was greedy, it's that I was sloppy. So they didn't have to throw in the greed bit. But it feels to me like maybe MediaWatch thought that was too trivial, so to add a little bit more spice with a little bit more moral censure, imputing greed. And so this is how Linton chose to talk about the merch situation.
But Chaz Licciardello hasn't just been using the ABC to produce and promote his own podcast because, get this, he's been flogging merchandise as well.
So we finally did it, guys. We finally have a merch store operating.
Woohoo! Yes, that's right. T-shirts for $35, hoodies for $50, and a cap for $30. All advertised via the ABC's Facebook page. Well, there's even been a useful link to the shop.
Let's ignore the fact that the useful link to the shop is buried amongst hundreds of lines of blurb. I doubt
a reading list.
Yeah, I doubt anyone has ever read that. But anyway, let's leave that aside. If I was doing the same kind of piece, I would have said something like, get this, he's been flogging merchandise as well. Now, to be clear, the merch isn't exactly a money spinner. And then I would play from last week, the bit just after they actually played on air, where I said, how much was it per week again?
Yeah, on average, we make $356.
Yeah, see, stop talking yourself up. We don't care at the average. I would play that, and then I would have said something like, and Chaz claims to use that money entirely to subsidise the wage of his new producer-editor. And I'd insert one of the many times I said that. But regardless, in our view, it's still a clear breach of the ABC guidelines, and then I'd say why. That's what I would do. I think that's the proper context. But rather than acknowledge the minor nature of the sales, MediaWatch chose to focus on the cost of the items in the merch store like we were making some huge profit. And given they knew the full story, I have to suspect that was intentional. And that made me sad because greedy and money grabbing is a little bit different from how I actually conduct myself. I mean, you've heard the story before, Dave.
I have.
Back in 2017, for instance, I literally paid for the graphics artist for Planet America because the ABC were too bloody cheap to pay for it. And I wanted the show to be decent. And my wage at the time was the princely sum of $1,000 a week to make a TV show. And the graphics artist cost $1,300 for 2 days a week. So I was literally paying $300 a week for the entire year to make Planet America. So for MediaWatch to imply the opposite about me, I found quite depressing because they're meant to be the good guys. Having said all that, I do actually think Linton wasn't trying to be too hard on me. His delivery was light throughout. And that dad joke at the end about the mugs, nice one, Linton. It lightened the tone of the whole piece. So
I'm worried about that joke.
Yeah?
Because there are going to be people who don't get it.
Which joke?
The merchandising joke at the end.
Oh, from him or from us?
There are going to be MediaWatch viewers who do not get that joke.
No, they will.
No, I guarantee it. Chaz, do you remember?
Yes.
There's a show in the 90s. It was not MediaWatch, but it was kind of similar. It was called Backchat.
Oh, I remember Backchat very well.
Yeah, so it was a 15-minute show hosted by Tim Bowden where they would just air ABC viewer complaints about the ABC not being ABC enough.
Yes.
And I remember when the D-Generations show Funky Squad not remembered as one of their more successful endeavors.
Great show.
Pretty funny.
Real injustice.
They, on Funky Squad, because it was a 70s police show, comedy, they would show these 70s ads. Like they would have these little ad breaks with 70s ads. That generated hate mail to Backchat. Like they
about advertising on the ABC.
About advertising on the ABC. And much like MediaWatch, when they were reading out people's letters, they couldn't use their own voices, so they had to come up with appropriate voices for them. And it was always some old person voice saying, I don't watch the ABC to see ads. Anyway, I'm worried that MediaWatch might be in for a bit of that. What I liked about it was every clip they showed where I appeared, I was either just smiling or laughing at something that you were saying. What I liked about that is one of the major sports podcasts in the US, the Pat McAfee show, which, like our podcast, goes for a very long time because there's no discipline exercised over it at all. Even after it was so successful, they moved Pat McAfee to ESPN. Now he regularly just overruns other ESPN shows and doesn't give a shit. But anyway, Pat McAfee has this sidekick, AJ Hawk, who was also in the NFL. And famously, all that AJ Hawk does is he just sits there in this, he's a graphic basically, just sits there in this square smiling vacuously the entire time. He's been likened to a non-playing character.
And that was you.
Well, because most MediaWatch people would not be peppers. And if they were just looking at this, they would think, wow, okay, first of all, Chaz is really funny, just like Pat McAfee. Although Pat McAfee famously never wears sleeves of any kind. So if you want to be like it. And Chaz has got an AJ Hawk-like sidekick.
And also, I'm a funny man.
This might drive more traffic to us of Pat McAfee bros who are also media watchers.
I can't wait for that crossover audience. It's going to be enormous. That was a highlight. John also liked the way he was portrayed as well, just sitting there. But anyway, I hope you don't get inundated with really stupid people who didn't get your joke.
I don't watch the ABC to see merchandise. Wasn't that what you were complaining about? Oh, the hypocrisy.
Well,
the hypocrisy, Linton.
Well, the thing is, the reason he did it clearly was to lighten the piece.
I know.
And so I appreciate that.
Do you think people watch MediaWatch for that? No.
I know.
They watch it to get upset.
I know. I was conscious that I could tell he was conscious of not being too angry. And I think that was fair of him to do that, and I'm sorry for all those old people.
Don't know what you're letting yourself in for.
But having said that, I didn't like the greedy inference. As for our meeting, remember I flagged that we're going to have a meeting at the ABC to determine the future of this podcast. Almost everyone in the comments was going, just don't go to the ABC. What are you doing? Just make it private. Well, the slogan of the ABC, folks,
is "Let's go through the square window."
Well, that's more the junior slogan. For the ABC. The more senior slogan is why have one meeting when you can have two? So it goes on and it'll probably go to three, but between you and me, really obvious that they're not going to pick up this podcast. And quite reasonable. I mean,
who wouldn't want to commit to having to edit a 3.5-hour podcast and have arguments with you about the sort of thing that's appropriate to talk about on a podcast? Who wouldn't want to do that?
At least one 3.5-hour podcast, possibly two.
Who does not think this is a good use of taxpayer money?
Yes. Well, the ABC, as it turns out, doesn't think it's a good use of taxpayer money. Very reasonable. No complaints from me, but we're going to go through the motions.
Okay.
I'm just telling you now. We're going to separate the pod completely from the show, I suspect, in a week or two, okay? So I have a question for you guys, for you peppers, just the next week or two while we're going through the motions of pretending that this is not a fait complete. If we're going to go commercial properly, then we probably should stop losing money. So my question to you is, would you prefer ads or a Patreon? That's my question to you. We may end up having to do both, depending on how unpopular we are, but if we're going to only do one, a Patreon means I'll be making some content behind a paywall, which I don't love the idea of, but yeah, there'll obviously still be at least one massive podcast every week. That's free for everyone and probably more, but there'll be some content that's going to be behind a paywall if there's a Patreon. Ads mean everything's free, but then there's ads. So if we're only going to pick one method of cutting our losses, what would you choose? Do you have a preference, Dave?
I will need to think about this. Would we need to be reading ads?
No. That's a red line for me.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm not doing like out loud sponsorships or any of that shit. I didn't do it on Triple M, and Triple M really wanted me to do them.
How were you not able to do out loud sponsorship on Triple M?
You know how? By taking almost no pay whatsoever. That's how.
Wow.
They were like, you can have a decent wage or you can have a shit wage and not read out sponsorships. And I didn't read them out. So
wow.
There we go. Part of that, I don't like being seen as greedy thing. Remember that? Anyway. But yes, so none of that. We're not going to do any of that. And if we do a Patreon, you know that I'm going to do all the extra content, not you.
I know.
So would you prefer me to do a bunch of extra content, or would you prefer ads, basically?
I will need to think about that. But
sure.
yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
While you're thinking about that, why don't you talk while you think about the Super Bowl?
Okay, let's talk about the Super Bowl. You may have noticed our Super Bowl decorations,
Hey!
these red and green balloons
Feels
that
like
Lockie
Rabbitohs.
procured. Well, yes, this is the thing. So it was green, specifically Kelly Green for the Philadelphia Eagles, who, it's not a spoiler alert because this is going out hours after it happened. So the Philadelphia Eagles won, and red for the Kansas City Chiefs. But what it has inadvertently ended up being is a green and red tribute to Jordan Mailata, who plays for the Philadelphia Eagles, who's had a sensational year for the Philadelphia Eagles and is the first Australian to win a Super Bowl. He's not the first Australian to succeed in the NFL by any means, but he's the first rugby league player to succeed in the NFL.
Is he a punter?
No. Oh, God, no.
Oh, okay.
No, he's a lineman. He is one of the really big guys.
Yeah.
And he was playing for Souths, but Souths decided he was too big for rugby league. I don't mean too much of a star for rugby league. I mean too big for rugby league.
Yeah, okay.
And his agency negotiated with Souths, like, we need to find him a sport for which his size is more appropriate. And if you've ever seen rugby league players before, you might be surprised that there is such a thing as too big for rugby league. I've been in a pub where two Burgess brothers have walked in, and you could really see the way that the Vikings left their mark on England when you see the Burgess brothers up close. But he was too big even by rugby league standards. So he has had a fantastic year with the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's fantastic to see. We're really glad to give him this tribute, and we're really glad that it was you rather than Jared Hayne or Valentine Holmes who succeeded. Okay. Now,
Was that the controversial bit?
to the game.
Yes.
Dr. Dave rates this Super Bowl AA. Absolute ass. Sorry, it just was not a very good game to watch. Now, it's great if you're a Philadelphia Eagles fan because the Philadelphia Eagles laid an unholy beat down on the Kansas City Chiefs. Great if you're an offensive line nerd. There was plenty for you in the game today. Great if you just like seeing the Kansas City Chiefs get their comeuppance. But it reminded me a lot of the Super Bowl in 2014 where the Seattle Seahawks just annihilated the Denver Broncos. I was in Seattle at the time watching it with Seattle fans. We all loved it, but there was nothing else in that game for anyone else in America. And even though the Eagles played really, really well, so many players had fantastic games, it just doesn't seem to mean as much when it looks like the other team didn't realize that the game was that day. And, I always want a close game in the Super Bowl, which is what the Chiefs have been specialists in delivering over the last 5 years. Generally, close games where they just break the other team's heart in the last 5 minutes of the game. They're like, who's that character in Great Expectations? Miss Havisham. Break their hearts, my dear. Break their hearts. Like that's what they do. They all learnt at the hands of Miss Havisham.
Your Miss Havisham is eerily like the Wicked Witch from the West.
Yeah, I think it's also probably eerily like most of the other voices that I do. It's eerily like Backchat Complaints Guy and Elon Musk, and anyone else that I impersonate. But it just didn't happen this time. The really striking thing about this game was the sideline celebrations for the Eagles. No matter how much of a blowout a game is, usually players and coaches restrain themselves from openly celebrating until the last couple of minutes of the game. They were celebrating during the first half. Like, that's how bad it was. Now, if a game's not going to be close, I want it to be historic. This game had historic potential because the Chiefs were in line to become the first team ever to win a Super Bowl 3 times in a row. They were the only team that had won it twice in a row and gone back for a third time. But when it became clear that that wasn't going to happen, they were in serious danger late in the third quarter of being the first team not to score a point in the Super Bowl. So by that time, that's the outcome that I was going for. And then they managed to score a touchdown with a near impossible pass. And I'm like, for fuck's sake, you could have tried doing that in the first quarter and actually making a game out of it. And in the end, you know what? That's what turned the game into world-class arse. The fact that it wasn't even the first ever shutout. It was the Kansas City Chiefs actually showed they could play competitively. They were just choosing not to for some reason. So anyway, that's the story of today's Super Bowl.
So the problem was that Kansas City were just slightly too good.
Yes.
to be
just slightly too good.
Record-breakingly bad.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fair
the commentators were saying this is the worst that they had ever seen a team play in the Super Bowl, which is certainly the worst I'd seen. They were worse than the Broncos in 2014. They were worse than all of the years I saw in the 90s where whichever NFC team was in charge would just come in and completely wipe the floor with the AFC. It was worse than all that. That could at least have been reflected in the scoreline.
I think one of the strengths of this podcast, Dave, and Planet America as well, is that you've got two hosts who have very different views on things at times, and so represent different groups of people.
Yes.
Yeah, and we meet in the middle and get along, and it's lovely. And in this case, this is no different because you sat through that Super Bowl experience and you've now reported faithfully on it. And I represent the Peppers who couldn't give a shit about the Super Bowl or NFL at all. And I will represent you by saying absolutely nothing about it.
Okay.
There we go. You can see yourselves represented, other Peppers. Let's get into the trade war.
Okay.
So you can see how much we've got to talk about. We're going back a week and a half here. Okay. So we've got a lot to talk about. Let's get into it. You start with the trade war and I'll pick up.
Okay. So I want to start by talking about tariffs generally because it seems there are at least 3 uses of tariffs or 3 motives for using tariffs that Trump is pursuing. And these are often in contradiction with each other. So first of all is what he's done a lot so far with what he would consider successful results, which is the use of tariffs for economic coercion, which is something he did in his first term. He first tried this out against Mexico. I remember at the time I was skeptical that it would work, but that did work from Trump's point of view, and it has clearly emboldened him to use it again. So what we saw, what for Trump would be the most successful example of this was Colombia. So at the end of the first week of the Trump presidency, Colombia's president got word that the US was flying deportees back to Colombia in shackles and using military aircraft. Now, let's just make a couple of things clear. First of all, this is a continuation of a policy that was began under Joe Biden, which is twice weekly deportation flights. And what was not reported enough, the leg shackles thing, that was also begun under Joe Biden. That was policy. Various Latin American countries have been complaining about this for years. It was reported that it was the leg shackle issue that really got Colombia's president riled up. I think it was actually the fact that the US were using military aircraft, which I think that is a new thing. I don't think that they'd been using military aircraft before, but I'm not sure. So he said we will not accept aircraft unless, deportees are treated with dignity. Now, I admire his principled stance on this, but he was setting himself up for a massive, massive defeat on this issue and really giving Trump the kind of victory that he wanted. So Trump threatened to slap a 25% tariff on Colombian goods. Colombia, not surprisingly, does a lot of trade with the US, especially in flowers. And this is not very long before Valentine's Day. So a threat of a 25% tariff on flowers could, without exaggeration, could have been the death knell for a lot of Colombian businesses. Also, given that the US is a huge part of Colombian trade, but Colombia not a particularly big part of American trade, there would have been a bit of pain. Flower prices would have shot up for Valentine's Day. But Chaz, what is the price of love?
Great question.
Yeah. Clearly one that Trump was banking on people to ask. So, so very, very asymmetric. And so the result of this somewhat misguided principled stance by the Colombian president was Trump got a victory using his favorite diplomatic tool over a left-wing Latin American president on the issue of immigration. You can imagine the kind of orgasms this was causing in the White House. Okay. So that was an example of that. That for Trump is coercive tariffs being used perfectly.
Yes.
Where it already starts to get confused, though, is with the tariffs that he was threatening on Mexico and Canada, which big tariffs, 25%. These would have caused a lot more serious pain within the US itself, because these are the first and third largest trading partners of the United States. Obviously, though, even more pain within these countries. Now, these were presented as coercive tariffs in that, Trump was saying we need you to do more to stop the flow of illegal immigrants and drugs. But oddly, for coercive tariffs, there was no price demanded, right? There was no specific action that he was actually demanding, at least not publicly. There would have been negotiations going on, but publicly he was just saying you need to do more. So it looked really weird. It's like, what is he actually demanding in return for these tariffs? But where I say it starts to get confusing is because he has also intimated many times that he just thinks that tariffs on Mexico and Canada are a good idea because he thinks that Mexico and Canada are getting the better of trade deals with the US.
Yes.
Okay, now, this brings us to the second use of tariffs, which is as an economic strategy to rectify America's trade balance problem. Okay, so the United States has a massive global aggregate trade deficit.
Yes.
This is something that many people who are not Donald Trump believe needs urgent attention. Most previous presidential administrations over the last 20 years, they haven't seen it as an urgent problem, but I think everyone has said that it's a problem of some kind. Now, if you want to read the strongest case for the use of sweeping tariffs in order to address this problem, I'm going to recommend and put in the reading list Michael Pettis's article in Foreign Affairs about this, where he says this is actually the right time for the US to be using these kinds of tariffs. And he says in this article, look, people are making the mistake of analogizing this to the Smoot-Hawley tariff of 1932, which had disastrous economic consequences for the US. And he's like, no. This is a completely different situation. Back then, the problem was the US was producing far more than it consumed. So enacting big worldwide tariffs was really shooting the US in the foot. He's like, no, these days it's actually China that is in that position. The US is in the opposite predicament, which is it consumes far more than it produces. So his argument is sweeping tariffs, possibly with exceptions for countries that actually themselves have trade deficits with the US or commit to having a trade deficit with the US. He says this would be good because it would reduce consumption in the United States while raising production. Now, note, this is a very different explanation from the way that Donald Trump explains tariffs, where he sort of implies, oh yeah, these foreigners will be paying for it. He doesn't imply that there'll be any change to Americans' consumption patterns because things will get a lot more expensive. But actually, that's what tariffs are supposed to do. Tariffs are supposed to change people's consumption patterns. Wouldn't
that reduce economic growth?
Well, his argument is it will basically reallocate economic activity. towards production and away from consumption. I am not an economist, so I won't try to make the argument on his behalf.
Just before you move on, since you've read his article and I haven't, what argument does he use for why we should care about the trade deficit? Because I see a lot of economists who say the trade deficit just doesn't matter at all.
Yeah. And as I say, that their previous administrations, people have said it's a problem, but they certainly haven't seen it as an urgent problem.
Yeah.
There would be plenty who would say, no, growth is what matters. People having decent lives is what matters. And if the way that they have decent lives is by having a lot of very cheap goods from overseas to consume, then so be it.
I was just going to say, sorry, I'm interrupting your flow, but I'll let you keep going in a second. Just on that note, what I do see a number of economists say is, I'm not an economist either.
Yes,
but is they often say that the issue is the budget deficit. Budget deficits lead to trade deficits because the budget deficits remove savings from the economy.
Yes.
And when the savings rates go down, the trade deficit goes up because there's capital flows as well as good flows.
Yes.
Right? And the budget, unlike the trade deficit, the budget deficit does matter. I mean, there are times when the budget deficit is good, like when you're in a recession or whatever. But generally speaking, if you running $2 trillion budget deficits is not a good thing most times. And that creates these enormous trade deficits as well. So what you should do is reduce the budget deficit. That will take care of your trade deficit and you'll have other positive effects. That's what most economists I see say. But whatever, this guy sounds different.
Interestingly, actually, Michael Pettis, tariffs are not his big thing. Like, he was an economist they could find who would say tariffs are a good idea because Americans need to save more and consume less, and the country needs to manufacture more. And this will, his argument is this will lead to wage growth, right? So this is one of his big arguments. But actually, no, his big thing is what really is the bee in his bonnet is other countries holding US dollars.
Okay.
Even though Trump wants to one of his big stated aims is really restore the American manufacturing industry to a position of global dominance. He is also very, very big on the idea that the US dollar must be the globally dominant currency, must be the world's reserve currency. When there was some pie-in-the-sky discussion at BRICS, which, by the way, stands for Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa. The S is not Spain, as Trump wildly asserted that it was. But when there was some pie-in-the-sky discussion about, hey, we need to create our own reserve currency, right? Can you imagine all of these countries getting together to Can you imagine India and China going in on a reserve currency together? Yeah, this is more unrealistic than one of Trump's proposals. But Trump took it seriously because he then issued a furious tweet saying, if you dare challenge the almighty American dollar, we will put 100% tariffs on you.
Yeah.
Yes. So he wants the dollar to remain really strong, but this could be really contradictory to the aim of a strong manufacturing industry.
Yes.
Okay, so that's more like tariffs as an economic strategy, which is what people were expecting Trump to do with them, and which he may still do with them. We'll have to wait. That was certainly he was talking about tariffs as if he saw them as being really inherently worthwhile, and saw them as being something that could really bring manufacturing back to the United States. But then there's the third purpose, which is as a revenue-raising tool so powerful that it could effectively replace domestic taxes.
Yes.
Now, this is why he was talking about we're going to start the external revenue service, right? Instead of taxing Americans, we're just going to tax other countries. As I've said before, this has been an idea of his for a long time. In that 1987 open letter he wrote, he said, let's tax other countries. And he must be thinking to himself, hey, why hasn't anyone done this before? They're just not as smart as me to think of this idea of taxing other countries. Now, okay, so to go into the specifics of this, I've seen an estimate that tariffs would need to be something like universally in the range of 90% to be generating the kind of revenue where they could replace domestic taxes.
I think that's very generous.
Yes.
I think it's more in the mid-hundreds.
And also
actually.
fairly basic economics, whether you really hew to orthodox economics or not, fairly basic economics would you say, if you start taxing things at that rate, pretty soon you're not going to be getting very much of any tax at all just because people won't be buying anything. But to make a point that is so incredibly obvious that we shouldn't need to make it but still needs to be made, the people who directly pay tariffs are importers. Okay, in other words, American firms who are bringing goods into the country. Yes. They are the ones who pay the tariffs. So it is not collecting money from other countries. It's collecting money from sales of goods from other countries, not collecting money from other countries, and usually they're going to pass the cost on to the consumer.
Yeah, especially if it's a 90% tariff.
Especially if it's a 90% tariff.
And then the people who are going to be paying for it
yes,
are going to be the poorer people.
That's exactly right. Now, I do kind of think there is a possibility that at least for a while, maybe if the tariffs weren't too high, there would be companies that would be afraid of passing on the cost to consumers, and that Trump and Musk would definitely be encouraging consumers to say they're just putting the prices up because they're greedy, they're price gouging. It's not our fault. It's other countries who are paying these taxes. If you've got a problem, take it up with them, right? Trying to encourage consumer. Boy, I can see them doing that. But yeah, if the tariffs are in the order of even 25%, then they're not going to avoid passing the costs on. So American consumers will be paying for it. Okay. So these are the three possible uses of tariffs. Trump repeatedly hints at all of them, but they're not all really compatible with each other. So the value of tariffs as a tool of coercive diplomacy, it's going to be very hard to use that when you've already got universal tariffs on. I mean, sure, you can threaten more tariffs on top of it, but the marginal value of those threats is going to drop. So far, Trump's had a lot of fun using tariffs coercively. We'll get to what he actually got out of that in a second. But he's not going to be able to use those as effectively if they start putting universal tariffs on things. The next hint that there are going to be universal tariffs on things is steel and aluminium. They do seem pretty adamant about putting tariffs on those for national security purposes. What we're going to be really interested in then is the effect on Australia. Because if you've been wondering about why Anthony Pratt and Gina Reinhart have been taking out full-page ads in American newspapers saying, "Congratulations, Mr. Trump, Australia loves you so much." Well, it's partly because that's how they sincerely feel, right? Gina Reinhart was one of the people at Trump's campaign launch in 2022 when no members of Congress went along. But it's also because of their own interests in terms of what they export to the United States. As we've mentioned before on PEP, sometime in Trump's first administration, he got upset when he discovered that Australia, the one place where it has a trade surplus with the US, is in aluminium or aluminum. And he was threatening a tariff on aluminum, but he was kind of headed off by the Australia lobby in Congress. So that lobby and, the various Australians in Trump's orbit, Greg Norman, etc., will have been working overtime to try to get Australia exempted from these. We'll see how successful they actually are.
Look, I'm going to be talking a lot about the Canada-Mexico tariffs, but I just want to say one thing about these steel tariffs, and that is, I'm especially going to be talking about the justification of the other ones.
Yes.
But this justification is just as ridiculous as the other ones in that when you talk about national security, America doesn't make the kind of steel that they use in the military. So there is no national – and you know who does? your allies.
Yes.
Like Japan and Canada and places that are actually genuine friends, and you don't need to put up tariffs to stop them sending you steel because they're a sure port in a war.
Yes.
So the national security thing is absolute bullshit.
Yes.
But yeah, keep going.
But anyway, I'm going to leave speculation on the sort of tariffs as economic strategy right here for now because we just don't know whether they're ever going to be implemented or not. That's
true.
This is one of the difficulties of commentating on Trump. You don't know whether something's going to happen until it's actually put in place. But okay, but we do know he enjoys using tariffs coercively.
We do know that.
So let's look at the big ones, which were the threats against Mexico and Canada.
Yes.
Now, bearing in mind Trump's last and also he has put 10% tariffs on Chinese goods, an extra 10% tariff on Chinese goods, which China has retaliated in kind.
Kind of.
Okay. Yeah. So you can talk about that in more detail.
Yep.
But it's worth noting the last big trade war that Trump had was with China. That ended with China making a promise to buy $50 billion worth of American agricultural goods, which it never did.
What, zero?
Zero.
Goose eggs.
Okay. But now Trump's waging a trade war against democratic countries.
Yes.
This should be easier because democratic countries, democratic governments are more responsive to popular pressure. Okay. Now, I'm going to say now what I would have advised Trump to do with Canada just to emphasize what a very different direction he went in. Okay. So if he wants a 25% tariff on Canada to get something out of them. And I actually would have thought the big thing that he wants is a renegotiation of the USMC trade agreement, because even though that was widely regarded as a good trade agreement for the US, Trump hated it. He never talks about it because he thinks that Canada and Mexico got too much out of it.
But at the time, he was going on about how awesome it was.
Yeah, but notice he never talks about it anymore.
Yeah, I don't think he likes any trade agreement.
Yeah. No, but they got serious things like their access to the Canadian dairy market went up from 3% to 3.5%.
There you go.
That's not nothing. Anyway, I suspect he wants to renegotiate that. Okay. It was it was apparent by December that Justin Trudeau's government was in danger of collapse. Chrystia Freeland, who was actually the negotiator, Canada's negotiator on the USMC. That's one of the reasons Trump hates it so much, because she actually got quite a good deal out of Canada as well. She resigned because she said to Trudeau, "You are not standing up for Canadian interests when Trump's threatening you." Trudeau, at that point, incredibly unpopular in Canada. His Liberal Party government, incredibly unpopular in Canada. There's an election later this year. I would have suggested to Trump, you want to use tariffs coercively to get something quite big out of Canada. Just say that the message you should be putting to the Canadian people is your government sucks. Your prime minister sucks. I know that you hate him because he's bad and he's incompetent, and you've got to throw him out, right? If you throw him out, we can negotiate something much better with the next government. That would have been doing that in order to get the Canadian people to put pressure on the Liberal government and on Justin Trudeau to cave into Trump's demands. And Trump is, I wouldn't say super popular, but reasonably popular among Canadian conservatives, right? Especially in places like Alberta, they quite like him. He could have basically mobilized the conservative side of Canadian politics on his behalf to say, to pressure them into saying, God, this stupid, god-awful government that can't do anything to save its life. You've got to, at least temporarily give Trump what it wants so that a proper government can negotiate with him. That probably would have been a fairly popular line of attack given the prevailing mood of in politics in Canada last December. Okay. That's just what I would have done.
Sure.
I'm not the president of the United States. I've never been elected to, to anything. So I don't know what I'm talking about, but I just think that's what I would have done. Try to use the public of the other country to put pressure on the government that you're trying to get something out of.
Yeah, I would have just ignored Canada because I don't know why he cares about Canada.
Okay. Well,
Anyway.
But Trump, you might have noticed, decided to take a very different approach.
He did. That's true.
Instead of saying, I can use the Canadian people, with whom I'm semi-popular, at least with one side of politics, to put pressure on the government. Instead, he's like, no, what I'm going to do is insult the national pride of the entire country.
Yes.
Right? So instead of attacking Trudeau as you're hopeless and weak and nobody likes you, he's like, you're the governor of Canada. You can be the 51st state. Yeah. Canada should be the 51st state. It was just this for weeks.
At the same time as he's trying to take over Greenland as well.
Yes, at the same time as he's trying to take over Greenland and proposing punitive tariffs on Canada. So
just makes him look like a dick.
How did this work out as far as the Canadian population is concerned? Okay, well, first of all, Justin Trudeau announced that he'd be no longer Prime Minister as of the end of March. So he's now dealing with somebody who, rather than fighting for his electoral life, now has absolutely nothing to lose. So that's the first thing. When you're dealing with someone who's got nothing to lose, I mean, sure, he does care about his country, but he's probably prepared to take more risks now.
Yep.
Second, as far as Canadian public opinion goes, the Conservatives in December had a 20-point lead over the Liberals. There have been polls in January showing that lead down to 5 points.
Oh.
Because the Conservatives are now divided on how they respond to this. He's actually put the Conservative leader in a very tough position because Conservatives are beginning to react very negatively to this insult to their national pride. Because remember, Conservatives are usually the side of politics that cares about things like national pride. So, speaking of national pride, Angus Reid Global, which is a very reputable Canadian survey firm, they regularly do surveys taking the kind of national temperature of Canada. Back in December, they asked people, what was the exact question? It was something along the lines of, how important is your Canadian identity to you, or something like that. Back in December, 49% of people said very high. Now 59% of people say very high. Okay. Back in December, 6% of people were open to the idea of joining the US. Now it's 4% of people open to the idea of joining the US. There are surveys that suggest it's higher than that. There are surveys that suggest, especially on the conservative side of politics, that it's as high as 15%.
Yep.
Which I think is about the same numbers they found in Greenland.
Yep.
I suspect 15% is generally about the ceiling that you find with that. So, okay, bearing in mind they're just about to start a trade war, which is basically going to be a contest of who is prepared to suffer more for their national identity. Trump begins that process by making Canadians, who are, not the most nationalistic people to begin with, by suddenly riling up these reservoirs of national pride and anti-Americanism. The national anthem was getting booed. The US national anthem was getting booed at NHL games in Canada.
Booed by Canadians.
Booed by Canadians. That is quite out of character for Canada. Like, I don't want to stereotype here, but it's not something that you expect to see in Canada. I also wonder, seriously, what Americans are beginning to think at this point. I mean, we know, there were many reasons why Trump got elected. People wanted prices to come down rather than going up. They wanted Trump to do something about the immigration problem. I'm not sure how many Americans were really like, we've got to punish fucking Canada.
Yeah. Like I said, I would have ignored Canada.
They've had it too good for too long. Surveys consistently show when Americans are asked their opinions of other countries, Canada is the one country they're really positive towards. They're reasonably positive towards Australia. They're fairly indifferent towards most of the world. They're hostile towards Iran and China and Russia, but they feel pretty favourably towards Canadians, which is not surprising given how closely these two countries are tied together. So once again, if we're setting up a trade war where it's who's prepared to suffer the most in order to stick it to the other side, Trump basically primed it so that he would lose.
Except obviously he wasn't trying to set up a contest to the death, given what happened.
Okay, yes. So let's talk about what happened then.
Yeah.
Which is what did he actually get out of this? So what he got from Mexico was a theatrical deployment of 10,000 troops to the border.
Ooh, theatrical.
Yes, I'm going to call it theatrical. Look, it's something Mexico's done multiple times before.
Yes, they have.
At this point, last time they did it, didn't actually have any effect on the flow of migrants whatsoever.
Yep.
Which is why I'm calling it theatrical.
They did 10,000 in 2021 to Biden.
Yep.
When Biden was putting some pressure.
Yeah.
But even better, last time Trump tried this game with Mexico in 2019, they sent 15,000
yes.
troops. So they're actually sending less troops now than they did the last time they tried this.
Okay, so that's Mexico. So if you're wondering why Claudia Sheinbaum actually got a round of applause from the assembled media when she announced this at a press conference, it was because, holy shit, you got out of this with basically nothing. Yeah. Now, let's see what Canada did. Hang on.
Before we get to Canada, you haven't finished. That's only half of it.
Oh, what was the other half?
Because America was doing something for Mexico.
Really?
The United States is committed to working to prevent the trafficking of high-powered weapons to Mexico. Now, Trump didn't even acknowledge that in his tweet. He just pretended it didn't exist, which might be why you didn't know that. But in Claudia Sheinbaum's the distillation, that's something she pointed out. Now, look, let's face it, that means nothing as well.
It means absolutely nothing.
But still, the last time that they did this dance and there was just all theatrical stuff.
Yeah.
There was only theatrical stuff going one way. This time they got theatrical stuff going both ways. So how about that? All right, go on to Canada.
Awesome. Okay, so now Canada. One of the reasons why this whole coercion was quite puzzling was because Trump had already won on this issue. Canada had already agreed.
Yeah, they did this in November.
Yeah. Back in November, they already agreed we're going to commit $1 billion to cracking down on illegal migration and fentanyl. By the way, as I have mentioned before, as we mentioned last year, because the fentanyl use and overdose rate has been dropping pretty rapidly over the last year, this is going to be something that will be very easy for Trump to declare victory on within weeks or months. I think this is part of the point of it. He's going to say, hey, see, got this great victory. That shouldn't detract from the fact that he got very little out of Canada for this. So Canada had already agreed to that. The only other thing that I could see they did was to create a fentanyl czar.
Yes.
So great. Trump's now creating employment in the Canadian government.
Yes.
He's cutting jobs in the US government, but he's creating jobs for Canadian bureaucrats.
I just want to make that very clear.
Yeah.
Because if I read out point by point.
Yes.
First of all, with Canada, $1.3 billion border plan, quote, reinforcing the border with new choppers, technology and personnel, enhanced coordination with our American partners and increased resources to stop the flow of fentanyl. Okay? That there what I just read out. That is December.
Yes.
Okay, so that was the thing which you were talking about. And it also, whereas now they're saying a Canada-US joint strike force to combat organised crime, fentanyl and money laundering. I've also signed a new intelligence directive on organised crime and fentanyl, and we'll be backing at $200 million. So that ticks off a lot of what was in December, like you just said. But also, in January 15, there was a joint intelligence group which will expand the Canadian police and the communication security establishment's intelligence collection capacity, enabling these agencies to target transnational organised crime and fentanyl trafficking more effectively. Also, enhancing cooperation and information sharing on sophisticated money laundering schemes. So what I just did there, I just read you the November, so December bit and the January bit.
Yeah.
And when you combine them, you get the current bit.
Yes.
Literally every word overlaps. with something they said in December and January. And literally, like you said, the only thing that is new is the commitment to appoint a fentanyl czar.
Fentanyl czar.
That's right.
But anyway, we all look forward to the good work of Strike Force Maple Eagle. Okay. So.
Also.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
They did say we will list cartels as terrorists, ensuring 24/7 eyes on the border.
Yeah.
There's a concession for you. You can decide if that's a huge get or not. I don't.
Okay.
All right.
So I want to make the point here, especially in the context of Trump doing things like probably abolishing US aid.
Yep.
Because it's too expensive.
Yep.
US aid, in fact, is an incredibly cheap way of buying prestige and goodwill and consent from other countries.
Yes, it is.
What's even cheaper than that is the soft power that previous generations of Americans accumulated with the rest of the world, which still forms other people's images of America.
Yep.
Trump is burning up that political capital for almost no gain whatsoever.
That's true.
By threatening allies, by threatening countries with whom he's had with whom the US has had very close cooperation for generations with punitive tariffs, by even threatening allies with military action. Okay, he's just burning up all of this goodwill that makes things so much cheaper, easier, and more frictionless for the United States when it wants to do things around the world. By comparison, coercion, which is how Trump likes to do it, is a very expensive way of doing things. One of my favorite books in political science is Margaret Levy's book of Rule and Revenue, which that and her successor book to it, Consent, Dissent, and Patriotism, she just makes the point.
They go into the book list?
Those will go into the book list.
Okay.
Coercion is very expensive. Even if you are a predatory state, which is how she sees all states, this is the predatory model of rule. She says constantly having to beat people into submission is a very expensive way of ensuring their compliance. And anyone who puts all their eggs in the coercion basket is very quickly going to run out of money and energy. And what is a lot more effective is a sense of legitimacy. It's a sense of consent. It's a sense that people will do what you ask them to do because they think it's the right thing if you're asking them to do it. That's the kind of power that the US was able to exercise for decades that no other country can actually exercise, right? A lot of China's influence comes essentially from sophisticated forms of bribery. I don't mean that in a legal sense, but in the sense of, we will build you infrastructure. Like that's how China's expanding its power. China doesn't have the same kind of soft power, the same kind of consent and legitimacy. The US just has that. Trump is destroying that every time he embarks on one of these trade wars. When I say coercion is expensive, all you need to do is look at these tariff threats. Look at what he needed to threaten and what he got in response. 25% tariffs, even on Colombia. We're talking about things that would do serious economic damage in the US, not to mention the countries that they're imposed on. What has he got to show from that? He's got Colombia now accepting leg-shackled prisoners in military aircraft rather than civilian aircraft.
Yep.
He's got Mexico deploying another theatrical deployment of troops to the border. And he's got
Canada doing what they were doing already.
He's got a new government post in Canada.
Yeah.
Now, you might say that didn't actually cost the US anything at all. All Trump had to do was to threaten to do it. But every time you make a threat, you change the value of that threat. What Trump has shown by threatening a catastrophic trade war against Canada and Mexico and then settling for a meaningless Canadian government post is he prefers the incredibly minor symbolic victory to the tariff. That's a very valuable piece of information for any other country that is trying to work out how to deal with Trump, because all the way up to his inauguration, Trump was seriously talking about tariffs as something he just wanted to do, right?
Yeah.
As something that he thought was so beneficial that he wants to do them. And many people were thinking, holy shit, it's actually going to be very hard to get him to back down from tariffs because he thinks that these are a really great idea. What we've seen now is no, same thing as back in his first term. All you do is offer a minor symbolic victory so that he can go back to Fox News and say, look how this country caved.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people have noted this.
Yes.
That this just proves
Yeah.
that he doesn't genuinely think that tariffs are good.
Yes.
Because why would you throw them away?
Right.
If you think that they are going to make you successful, why would you throw them away?
He's also shown
Should want more tariffs.
he recognizes that they're going to cause pain in the United States.
Yeah,
He
he tweeted
actually
out that.
recognizes that. And that is one of the reasons why he prefers to have a minor symbolic victory than having to go through a trade war. Okay, that's great, but where does that leave tariffs as coercive diplomacy? I mean, it's already been massively devalued as a threat.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
So this is what I mean about coercion being very expensive. He's getting very little for it in comparison to the kind of soft power that he's just burning up into the atmosphere.
I want to tell you guys more about why why Trump's right that it's not good to be doing these tariffs.
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
You'll notice that with Canada, there were 25% tariffs on everything except for energy.
Yes.
Energy was 10%. And here's the reason why.
Yep.
Canada and Mexico are the top sources of oil imports for America. You would go, well, who cares? America makes so much oil. It produces huge amounts of oil. It's the biggest producer of oil in the world. That is true. But US refineries in particular need the kind of oil that comes only from Canada. I shouldn't say only. There are a few other countries. In fact, I will show you a map of it in a second.
Yep.
We're talking about thick, gloopy, heavy oil. It looks kind of tarry. And US refineries were designed to process that kind of oil back in the day. All the light shale oil that America drills these days is quite recent. And it's unsuitable for traditional American refineries. So they just export it, which is why they have such huge oil exports to the rest of the world. So even though America is a net oil exporter, it's heavily reliant on Canadian oil to run its refineries with. 61% of the crude oil imported to America comes from Canada. And now I'll show you that graph. This is a graph of showing how Canada's share of the imports is growing rapidly. And then I'll show you why they're so dependent on Canada. If they don't get that oil from Canada, here's a map for you of all the options. Look at the big dark brown dots. They're the dots of the countries which drill the kind of oil that America needs. America is one, Canada is one, Venezuela is one, and Russia is one. That's it.
Yeah.
Does America prefer helping Venezuela, Russia, or Canada? They're your options, mate. There's only 3. Analysts were saying that a 10% tariff, just a 10% tariff, was going to cause petrol prices to jump by up to 30 cents a gallon. A 25% tariff would have been 70 cents a gallon. You might be wondering, why doesn't America just change its refineries then? Why they got themselves by the balls with these old refineries rather than just having new refineries? You know what? I reckon they're going to change the refineries over time. They'll certainly produce some light oil refineries, but that takes time.
Yeah.
You can't just click your fingers and have that happen.
It's not going to happen during the Trump administration.
No, definitely not. Also, Canada and Mexico happen to be the largest purchaser of US petroleum product exports. So it would be a double whammy for the oil industry if Trump had high tariffs on energy, and Trump obviously cares about the oil industry a lot. One more thing. If it's Canada that pays for the tariffs, this goes to your point from before, then why are you offering a discounted tariff on energy? Should make them pay more, shouldn't you? Should be 50%. Because Canada's paying for it, not Americans. Obviously, that's bullshit. So that's a confession. The discount there, that 10% discount is a confession from Trump that his whole economic theory he knows is bullshit. So there you go. I also just say one more thing about tariffs hurting people before we move on, because there's other areas of this topic, believe it or not. doing Canada, Mexico, and China at the same time, which is what he was suggesting.
The three biggest trading partners.
Insane. As you say, three biggest trading partners. And the reason why that's insane is because the best option for America during a trade war is to buy cheap from someone else. And China and Mexico substitute for each other. They produce the same products.
They do.
So if you go Mexico and China at the same time, what you're doing is giving us your people, giving them no options to buy things that America doesn't make. And so that's going to guarantee the prices will go up in a way that it might not if you could buy some substitute from a different country. So that was really dumb. Also, together, they account for almost half of the goods and services imported to or bought from the United States. So that's a big deal as well. Supports tens of millions of American jobs. All three Northern American economies as well have evolved to be bound together by those free trade agreements you described. So, for instance, 64% of imports are intermediate products to be used for the manufacture of other products that then get exported. So when you put a tariff on Canada and Mexico in particular, what you are doing is putting a tax on your own exports.
Yes.
Because they are the ingredients for your exports. So that's kind of dumb. In particular, the car industry is a classic example of this, where you'll get the same engine crossing the border 6 or 7 times for different parts to be put in there. Nearly 40% of the vehicles manufactured by GM, which is the largest US car company, are made in factories in Canada and Mexico at some point in time. So so once again, a tax on imports every time it crosses the border. There's another tariff. You're making your cars so much more expensive. American cars, not Canadian cars or Mexican cars, American cars. So that's really dumb as well. I mean, to be clear, what Dave said before about this hurting Canada and Mexico more is also true, because the US sends about a third of its exports to Canada and Mexico. Canada and Mexico send about 80% of their exports to America. So the Peterson Institute was projecting an extra 0.5 point of inflation for America under the announced tariffs, but 1.7 points of inflation for Canada and 2.3 points of inflation for Mexico. So this was going to hurt them more. That's the coercion element of it. But let's go into, what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go into the justification, because this is another area of fiction.
Okay, yes.
Okay, yeah. Because Trump has long used, I take a step back. Trump shouldn't even be involved in tariffs. It's Congress that Congress says is in charge of commerce and tariffs.
Yes.
Right? So commerce with foreign nations is Congress.
Yes. So
Trump's got nothing to do with it. What Trump is relying on is the International Emergency Economic Powers Act of 1977, which allows Trump legally to impose a tariff in the case of an emergency. Congress were very foolish in giving presidents that right, which I've said many times. And I've also said many times that Biden should have gotten rid of this provision when he could have, but he didn't. This is what the IEPA says about when you can declare an emergency. To deal with any unusual and extraordinary threat which has its source in whole or substantial part outside the United States to the national security, foreign policy, or economy of the United States, if the president declares a national emergency with respect to such threat. So that's what Trump did. He declared an emergency, I'll quote him, the extraordinary threat posed by illegal aliens and drugs, including deadly fentanyl, constitutes a national emergency under the IEPA. Number one, if there was a genuine illegal immigration and fentanyl emergency, that would count.
Yes.
That very much falls under the legislation. Number two, there's no emergency. There is nothing extraordinary or unusual about either illegal immigration or fentanyl at the moment. Both have been dropping precipitously for years. Trump's been doing laps of honor for the last week about how illegal immigration has dropped to about 100 a day. Does that sound like an emergency? I don't think so. This is the graph that he posted, that Trump posted. He posted this graph saying how much this isn't an emergency with illegal immigration because he's doing such a great job. So, no emergency. Also, about 80 fentanyl. I showed you last week how drug overdoses are dropping through the floor. That's going down as well. 85% of fentanyl smugglers are US citizens. They've got nothing to do with Mexico or Canada. So these tariffs can't do anything about them anyway. Mexico also has actually been cooperating with America quite a lot in the last 2 years when it comes to both illegal immigration and fentanyl. They actually extradited a cartel leader just recently. And by the way, apparently behind the scenes, Trump didn't want to bump up the tariffs too much because Stephen Miller was telling him not to, because he said, whatever you do, don't do too big tariffs because you're going to stop Mexico from cooperating with us. Like literally, they are trying to avoid stopping Mexico cooperating.
Miller is making that point.
Yes. Yeah.
Jesus.
So that is bullshit. That's not an emergency. But I've even begun on Canada because however much Mexico isn't an emergency, Canada is even less of an emergency, as Justin Trudeau said.
Less than 1% of fentanyl, less than 1% of illegal crossings into the United States come from Canada.
That's true. In fact, I think
good point, Aladdin.
I think it might be 0.2% of the fentanyl comes through the northern border. As far as legal immigrants go, Customs reported 19,000 migrants between the border posts on the northern border between October 23 and July 24. That number has increased a lot, by the way, from when it used to be. To be fair, not an emergency, but it's increased.
Yep.
That's fair to say that there's a lot more on the southern border than that.
Yeah.
And as far as fentanyl goes, take a guess how much fentanyl they intercepted in 2024 on the northern border.
Wasn't it 20 kilos?
Yeah, 19 kilos. 19 kilos.
19 kilos.
Take a guess how much was on the southern border.
2,000?
9,600 kilos. So very close to your own thing. About 7% of America's fentanyl is thought to come from the north, although the interceptions are below 1%, like Trudeau said. It doesn't make sense to import fentanyl from Canada because the price is higher. Like everything costs more than in Mexico. Why would you import through Canada?
This was like when Chappelle Corby smuggled drugs into Indonesia.
Yes, very much. Like that's a great analogy. In fact, you'll love this. Talking about Chappelle Corby, or talking about Australian inverted commas drug dealers. Australia almost imports as much fentanyl from Canada as America does. Because there was a single Melbourne raid.
Wow.
That net 11 kilos of fentanyl from Canada once. So that's basically that's more than half of what America gets. We're not declaring an emergency. Also, by the way, in 2023, Operation Artemis turned up more than 13,000 pounds of precursor chemicals and more than 467 pill presses and pill molds to make fentanyl and fentanyl-laced pills. That's in America. So 6,000 kilos of precursor chemicals is a lot more than 19 kilos of fentanyl. For those blaming Canada for the fentanyl emergency in America. And, you can tell this is a fiction as well.
Yeah.
Because J.D. Vance started to make all new demands of Canada halfway through this supposed trade war. I love Canada and have many Canadian friends, but is the government meeting their NATO target for military spending? He asks.
Oh, my God.
What's NATO spending got to do with anything? It's just so obvious that this is a fiction where they're just using any pretext at all to justify this strategy which Trump is rolling with. And what more proof it's a fiction if you want more? When negotiating with Trudeau about lifting the tariffs, Trump said he pressed Trudeau about more US banking in Canada and dairy agriculture products.
I knew it would have something to do with the dairy.
You're right.
He is so pissed off about that deal.
But he declared an emergency about fentanyl and illegal immigration.
And dairy.
But he didn't say that. So it's clearly not an emergency about fentanyl illegal immigration.
Oh my God.
So I think I've made my point.
Yes.
this is also from the day before the tariff started.
Mr. President, is there anything China, Canada, and Mexico can do tonight to forestall your implementation of tariffs tomorrow?
No, nothing. Not right now, no.
Not a negotiating tool?
No, it's not.
So Trump says it's an emergency, and yet there's nothing anyone can do.
This was one of the really puzzling things in the lead up to this.
Yeah, like it just doesn't make any sense. And then the next day, he took tariffs off for basically nothing.
Yeah.
Well. So he's full of shit, and no one should take him seriously.
So when he said there's nothing they can do, maybe we should have been interpreting that more literally. There's nothing they can do.
That's it. That's fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. Okay, we've talked about the trade imbalance and the can I just say that like the thing about how he says that they're subsidizing Canada, that America's subsidizing Canada, and they're not. It's just people are buying more. Like it's just Americans are buying more Canadian and Mexican products than Mexicans and Canadians are buying American products. It's not with subsidies at all.
No, it doesn't.
He's just so confused.
Well, I mean, I think he's tapping into a deep sense of nationalism here. And I think that goes beyond the economic arguments in some sense. It is this unease about if you're more dependent on buying things from other countries than what you're selling to them, you're in a vulnerable position. That one day that could mean that you're left without the things that you need. You should always be in a position to take care of yourself, and a real country is one that sells more than it buys and has a very strong manufacturing industry. I think it's got more to do with nationalism than
it's feelings.
Than orthodox economics. But what really amazes me is, so Trump is so aware of how this political emotion works in the United States. One of the reasons for his success is he's been able to tap into nationalism more effectively than any presidential candidate since Reagan. And yet he, as I've said before on the podcast, he never anticipates that other people in other countries are going to feel the same way. That when you start by threatening the sovereignty of other countries, they're going to get pissed off.
Yes.
And I think his view is other countries have been taking advantage of the US for so long that when we start threatening their national sovereignty, they're just going to say, oh, okay, we've been on the gravy train for too long, Mr. Trump. You called us out. But that's not how they see it. Oddly enough, the rest of the world doesn't believe that it's been mercilessly exploiting the United States ever since World War II.
Yeah.
You might be surprised the majority of the countries around the world have what is pretty much the opposite view of how this all works, especially Mexico.
Yes.
Especially the entirety of Latin America. So the way that he goes about this just completely ignores other countries have nationalism too, and other countries have national pride as well. And I think he might understand that the Chinas and the Russias of the world have got quite a bit of it, but he really discounts smaller countries.
It's so true.
Even big, smaller countries.
Just to finish off this little section here, can I just also make the point that tariffs, ironically, increase both fentanyl and illegal immigration because they threaten jobs in Mexico, which equals more migration.
Yep.
They also create a stronger dollar, which Trump loves. But at the same time, stronger dollar means that working and sending remittances from America becomes more attractive to illegal immigrants and makes fentanyl cheaper in America that comes from Mexico. So actually, tariffs make the supposed emergency problems worse.
Yes.
As well. So there is that point as well.
There is that point too.
Do you have more to say on this topic in any area?
No, I don't. Other than, we're just going to have to wait and see what actually happens.
Okay. I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
My question is, how do we stop this happening every few months? That's my question. Because it's clearly going to keep on happening, isn't it?
That's a question someone should have asked Trump's parents around 75 years ago. Because it wasn't dealt with then, that's the question that we've got to deal with for the rest of his presidency.
Okay, let me put a couple of options to you.
Yeah.
Probably none of which are going to happen. Number one, I would put to Mexico and Canada that you should stop rewarding Trump with giving him what he wants. Because, like, for instance, like, I know, I've just told you they're going to pay more for the tariffs than America will.
Yeah.
So they're not going to like these tariffs, right?
Yeah.
But they don't like this being in limbo over and over again either. And yeah, like, and if it's going to happen, if it's going to keep on happening, to take a small amount of pain to stop it, I think would be a good thing to do.
Yeah.
And so what I would suggest to them is, I'm not saying escalate. That's the worst thing you can do with Trump. But you can make him pay a price. At the moment, he pays no price. You can make him pay a price by just doing one simple thing, which is just let the tariffs last for a week before you give him the token offer that he's going to accept. Like when he says, let's negotiate, say, sorry, we're just trying to work out how our economies can get through the next little while with tariffs. We'll get back to you in a couple of days. Because the moment the tariff was about to drop, prices were going up immediately. Like Trump was about to get hammered by the American press. Fox News were already running pieces going through all the things that were about to get more expensive. That was about to cost him. And if only for a couple of days, for a week, that would have, I think, given him a nasty memory. That would have said, don't fucking do this again. Because he just keeps on doing it.
Yeah.
And so I think that it would have been smart for Mexico and Canada just to take it on the nose for a week, just to let Trump know that this is not a free hit for him every single time, like he thinks it is at the moment.
I mean, I wouldn't say he's paying no price. As I said, I think he's paying a serious price in credibility.
I think you're right about that, but not a price that he realizes.
Right, okay.
So,
yeah.
From his point of view.
I mean, from their point of view, I suppose they're like, how many people do we let go hungry for a week in order to make a point? Like, I could see why they're pursuing this approach, and I think they might feel by now that they're pretty good at working out how to offer up the minor symbolic victory. Okay, but I get your point.
Yeah, especially when Trump offers them the gift of going them at the same time as China, which is only going to increase the price he will pay if it goes on for a little while.
By the way, China's taking your advice.
Yes, I have seen that.
Yeah.
Canada and Mexico, by the way, the other thing they can do is not knife each other. Which is what they did. Like first the Canadians were basically doing this the thing I just told you about, it's no emergency in Canada. Canada was doing that.
Yes.
And going, hey, your problem's Mexico, not us.
Yeah.
Let's get together against Mexico, which wasn't very nice.
No.
And then Mexico just obviously gave him a big up yours by just doing a deal with Trump immediately and pulling the rug from underneath Canada.
Yeah.
So they were screwing each other over. So they really need to work together if they're going to do that.
Yep.
But if they do, then that would be what I suggest. Another thing, really simple. Congress could take back their power.
They could.
If they had any dignity whatsoever.
Chaz.
I know. I understand. They have a veto-proof majority if they want to just say, you know what, you can't do that shit anymore. Bear in mind that there would be a veto-proof majority of Democrats and Republicans who know this is bullshit.
Part of the problem here is ever since about 1945, earlier than 1945, Congress has been steadily giving away its foreign policy power. This has been going on for a long time. There are entire bodies of scholarship about why it is that Congress is so deferential to the president on foreign policy issues. This started out as being something that was very specific to military mobilization. So if you read the US Constitution and look at who has foreign policy power, you will be surprised to learn only Congress has the power to declare war. As you said, only the Senate has the power to impose tariffs and to sign treaties. Right? You would not know this. Thing is, the US hasn't declared war since 1941. It's been at war nearly every year since 1941, but it never declares war anymore. The last time a president went to Congress to ask for permission to do war was Barack Obama in 2012 because he'd said that Syria had crossed the red line, but so obviously didn't want to go to war with Syria that he's like, I'll just go to Congress to ask their permission, as the Constitution says I should, knowing that he wouldn't get it. So, I mean, Congress, they're very deferential on war stuff because it's life and death. because they assume that the president has information that they don't have, because nobody wants to be seen going against the symbol of the nation at the outset of a war. But as wars drag on and get less popular, Congress then starts to put the brakes on funding. That's how they have managed to sort of maintain a little bit of power. So, okay, that's war. What then has been a development of more recent decades is they've been giving away the economic authority as well.
They have.
And so this is especially with giving presidents fast-track negotiating power, which means it is not Congress that is actually doing the negotiating over trade agreements, which, look, in some ways makes sense because trade agreements are very complicated. Having hundreds of members of Congress involved, all pushing their different constituencies, you can see how that would create problems. So they generally always give the president fast-track negotiating authority, where it's the president's team that works out the details. All Congress then gets to vote on is up or down. And generally they always vote up. One of the effects of this, and I think it's Helen Milner who talks about this, is that back when Congress was actually a lot more hands-on in its negotiating, you had trade agreements that were actually far more favorable towards domestic American industries because all of these members of Congress were being pressured by domestic industries. Ever since it's been a combination of fast-track presidential negotiating authority and also multilateral agreements that operate under rules which set very abstract kind of goals and quotas. It's not the push and pull negotiation of traditional trade agreements. That tends to result in far more kind of export-oriented agreements.
Yeah.
So even though we can look at the last 40 years of free trade agreements and say, look how the American workers have been screwed by this, American export industries have done very, very well out of it. But, sorry, this all comes back to the point. This is all part of Congress basically giving away its foreign policy power.
That makes perfect sense. Well, if Congress aren't going to do it, I'll tell you who can do it. This actually is realistic, unlike the Congress suggestion. And that is the Supreme Court. Because this is one of those times you can shove the Supreme Court's new actions in their face. They've recently adopted what they like to call a major questions doctrine. Which requires Congress to speak clearly when authorizing the executive to make decisions of vast economic and political significance. So that means if a statute isn't clearly envisaging a particular circumstance, then the courts presume that Congress did not mean to delegate that power.
That's a good presumption.
The Supreme Court used this doctrine to strike down Biden's student loan scheme, the COVID eviction moratorium, a few other things as well.
Those were bad actions, though, by the court.
Well, we had different views on some of them, but that's okay. Let's not open up the can of worms. But what I am saying is that a massive trade war with your two biggest trading partners is a decision of vast economic and political significance.
Definitely.
So, did the statute say exactly what has happened? No, it didn't. Take him to court. Use the Republican Supreme Court against him. It will work. So it's give it a go.
Yes.
So that is the way to do it.
That's
if you actually want to beat him.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, look, I'm aware that the court might just be hypocritical and they might whatever, but just things like their shiny new doctrines, they tend to stick to.
They do.
So I reckon that would be a real good chance if you took him to court. I did actually say so on Play America, so I should say here for those who didn't watch it, which is not that this is an official podcast, is that Democrats as well have actually helped this process along. Because in 2018, some countries took Trump to the WTO, the World Trade Organization, over his steel and aluminium tariffs, which might be relevant now.
Yes.
Because he justified them with an obviously bogus emergency, which he might be about to do again. Took 4 years for that case to get heard. It got heard in 2022. Trump lost on every point.
Yeah.
You know what happened? Biden ignored the ruling, kept the tariffs going, and said that they're not going to cede sovereignty to WTO panels. So it was the Democrats that undermined any attempt to police these bullshit tariffs.
Yep.
So that doesn't help either. In fact, they punished WTO for that ruling. Since 2017, the US has been blocking any new appointments to the WTO Appellates Court.
Yep.
Biden kept that block up. Now there are no members on the panel.
Yes.
All 7 seats are empty.
Yep.
So it's actually impossible to hear cases for dodgy tariffs, thanks to Republicans and Democrats working together to coordinate to kill off the umpire for unfair trade practices. It's just so frustrating. And they did the same thing for the USMCA. There's no adjudicating body for the USMCA because neither Republicans nor Democrats have appointed anyone to be on that body.
There you go.
It's an empty body. So anyway, so you can blame Democrats for this bullshit as well as you can blame Trump. Mm-hmm. Should we move on to the airplane crash?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to start off here and you jump in whenever you want, okay?
Yep.
I'll try and drill through it.
Okay.
First of all, what happened for those who don't know? A helicopter seemed to turn into a passenger jet plane at Reagan International Airport in DC. 67 people died. There were no survivors. Here's what we know from the many airplane enthusiasts who are on YouTube. There are so many enthusiasts and they all have the footage. They have the radar. They have the actual conversations between air traffic control and the aircrafts. I don't know how they get this shit, but they've got it all. Don't need investigation. Just go to the anoraks. I would play you some of those conversations, but they are impossible to understand. But it is clear that the jet was doing exactly what it was supposed to be doing as it gradually descended for landing, right? No one's doubting that. The jet was doing what it was meant to be doing. It was exactly where it was meant to be in both location and height, coming in about 350 feet, going down. The helicopter was following a path that was slightly off where it was meant to be. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was it wasn't at all at the right height. It was meant to be below 200 feet when it was in that area. It was actually clearly at 350 feet because that's where it crashed. Okay, so that was the problem. The helicopter was too high, not quite the right area, but especially way too high. Now, the aircraft control guys, they told the helicopter, I've heard them do it, about the plane as it was approaching in their weird, hard to understand way. The helicopter acknowledged. They said that they saw the plane, once again, in their weird way, and that they would avoid it. Then 20 seconds later, an alarm goes off in the aircraft control tower that the chopper and plane are on a collision course. The control tower again tells the chopper to watch out for the plane. This time the control tower just makes no sense what they're saying at all. I don't really understand it. The chopper says nothing. A few seconds later, they crash. According to investigators, the plane tried to rise at the last second before the crash. So it saw the helicopter at the last second. We have no idea what the chopper was doing. Was the chopper tracking potentially the wrong plane? Because there are other planes. So maybe the chopper was confused. The helicopter crew were on an annual proficiency training flight and they were wearing night vision goggles, which actually makes it harder to see planes when using night vision goggles. Adding to the confusion, apparently, according to preliminary data, the radar scope being used by the air traffic controllers at the time of the crash said the helicopter was 200 feet off the ground, which is not correct. So the radar may have been wrong in at least one of the machines. So these are things we know. I'm not trying to piece anything together there. I'm just saying these things I just told you were facts. After that, we have to wait for the investigation for more. Now, it may just be human error. On Twitter, there's a great tweet, big long tweet from an ex-Black Hawk helicopter pilot. I'll read you part of it because it's great. I can tell you after doing this for hundreds of hours, even when you know exactly where a Black Hawk is and you have night vision goggles on, it's extremely hard to see the aircraft. These birds are designed to be hard to see at night. The red and green lights on the side get lost in the lights of the city below. The only lights on top of this aircraft are called slime lights because they're very, very dim green, incredibly difficult to see. If you're above the helicopter, even if it has floodlights or spotlights on underneath it, it's still hard to see the bird because all of that illumination is below the airframe. Also, in cities like DC, the radio traffic is constant and can make it hard to filter out what's important for you to listen to. checking instruments, doing math, reading checklists, listening to multiple radios all at the same time is hard. Mistakes happen. So that is something to bear in mind. What happened to the safety equipment? They do have traffic collision advisory systems on board, which sound out automated verbal alerts to pilots to avoid imminent crashes, but they only work from 1,000 feet. They're way too low for that. Okay. Now, first reaction from Trump was a very reasonable statement, which he obviously didn't write. I've been fully briefed on the terrible accident which just took place at Reagan National Airport. May God bless their souls. Thank you for the incredible work being done by our first responders. I'm monitoring the situation. I'll provide more details as they arise. Very presidential. It took about 5 minutes before people started subtly pointing fingers towards Trump's issues, though, on cable news. So, yeah, you could see why Trump was getting nervous. That, like, just gradually over the hour, people started to point out that on Trump's first day, the FAA's former administrator, Mike Whitaker, stepped down, even though he was appointed to a 5-year term in October 2023. And he was confirmed with a 98-0 margin. Why did he step down? At the time of the incident, that left the FAA without a permanent head. Turns out Elon Musk has been telling the FAA administrator to resign many times over the last 6 months. And then eventually on the day Trump took office, he told them again, and then he stepped down because he could obviously read the writing on the wall. It seems that Musk's harassment started right about the time the FAA was trying to exercise oversight over SpaceX. Musk doesn't like that. He only proposed a $600,000 fine for failing to follow license requirements during 2 launches. That was enough for Elon. You'd think that would be chump change for Elon, but he doesn't like being challenged, we have learnt. So that was the end of the FAA chief. On Trump's second day, Donald Trump disbanded the Aviation Security Advisory Committee. Actually, sorry, he kept the committee because he needs Congress to end the committee. But he got rid of all the members. He just dismissed all the members. This is a trick you're going to see over and over again.
Yes.
Like just sacking everyone on board so it becomes useless. It's weird because the group included representatives of the airlines, major unions, air violence victims, a wide perspective of people. And it wasn't a political body. It had been advising government bodies about safety issues since 1988. It was collaborative. It combined public, private, military, civilian, academic, other institutions to pool knowledge. It didn't go for blame. It was focusing on lessons learned. That sounds like a good thing. Why'd they get rid of it? A DHS official says the Department of Homeland Security will no longer tolerate any advisory committee which pushes agendas that attempt to undermine its national security mission, the president's agenda, or constitutional rights of Americans. What does that even mean? It's not clear. It's not clear at all. I'm not saying this would have made a difference a week later. Of course it wouldn't have made a difference so soon, but it's just very inconvenient after this plane crash that both those things happened in the first 2 days of Trump's administration. Then there was the hiring freeze on air traffic controllers, even though they are super understaffed. Why are they understaffed? From 2011 to 2022, the number of fully certified controllers declined by 9%, even though traffic increased. 99% of US air traffic control sites don't meet FAA and controller union standards of staffing. It started with COVID.
Yes.
Well, it became a big problem during COVID. It was already going down before then, but during COVID, it really went down. Then they weren't going to fix that in the last week without a hiring freeze. But still, once again, a bad look for Trump. The only thing he had going for him with all these problems was he had a brand new, spanking new Secretary for Transportation, Sean Duffy, who may be wonderful. Maybe he's awesome. You know, I don't know. I'm not going to comment on Sean Duffy, but on the day of the crash, which was his second day in office, the only thing that people would have known about Sean Duffy was that he was a Fox News host and that he was once on a reality show, Road Rules. And this is what he said on his second day on the job during his first big press conference directly after the crash.
I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that.
I'm glad he clarified that. There's a lot of confusion about that point, Dave. So,
it is not standard to have aircraft collide.
It's not. I want to clarify that, Dave. I want to clarify that. Yeah.
Wow.
So Trump was in a situation where this could look very bad for him, right? So he had to play some self-defense. In fact, we did see the day after the kind of responses worried about. People were talking about how he gutted AOC. Trump gutted the Aviation Safety Committee last week. Air traffic controllers already understaffed. Got Trump's buyout this week with a 1-week ultimatum to decide. It's not DEI, it's him and Elon too. Okay, so Trump's looking for a distraction. Early the next morning, Representative Andy Ogles went onto Fox News bravely trying to trot out some excuses for Trump. And he tried out a whole bunch of them. I think he was the first to come up with this one on TV.
To your point, I think you have to look at this with eyes wide open, see what happened. Human error, was it some sort of equipment failure? Did DEI play a role in this type of thing? So I think you look at it.
And that excuse sounded good to Trump.
Andy Ogles, by the way, so he is facing some massive ethics investigation.
You mean he was?
He was facing some massive ethics investigation. So he spent the first 2 weeks of the Trump presidency, I think we mentioned this, drafting bills that would give Trump the possibility of serving a 3-year term.
Yes.
So this is somebody who has appointed himself as the defender of Trump in order to get out from under this ethics investigation.
What happened to his ethics investigation?
I don't know.
I think they just decided to drop it.
Yeah.
Isn't that interesting?
Amazing.
Well done, Andy. Well, Andy certainly paid for it with that excuse because Trump obviously picked that ball up and he ran all the way to the end zone, a little bit like the Kansas City Chiefs did not today.
To this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas.
Okay, so he did. We didn't know yet, but he had some ideas, he had some opinions, and he shared them.
We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before.
That's the reason why, according to Trump.
I just love the kind of Thanksgiving uncle framing of everything. Yep. We don't know, but I got some opinions. And I'm going to tell you those opinions.
Yeah.
Yes. And then you just get this is one of Trump's endless sentences. Like that sentence, that sentence
went for a minute.
Not end.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, in fact, I probably cut off halfway through.
Psychologically superior, only people of very high aptitude.
But importantly, Dave.
Yes.
While the style might have been lacking.
Yes.
Was the content spot on? What is the...
I think it might have been slightly off.
Well, let's go through it. Let's explore it. Did they run a DEI program with air traffic control that contributed to lower standards? Well, look, there's a lawsuit that suggests so. In 2013, the Obama administration scrapped 1,000 qualified candidates. The administration's justification was that the pool of applicants was not diverse enough, so they would be purged from consideration. That's according to the lawsuit. The lawsuit represents 900 of those prospective aircraft controllers who were rejected, they say, because of their skin color. Now, I have to say, if that's true, that doesn't sound very good to me, especially given that they have been understaffed ever since. that may be a problem. But, you know, Trump wasn't talking about black controllers or Hispanic controllers when he gave his excuse there. He was armed with some New York Post and Fox News articles focusing on a very different kind of diversity.
Okay.
The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? They include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism all qualify for the position of a controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little spot, a little dot on the map, a little runway. The initiative is part of the FAA's diversity and inclusion hiring plan. Think of that.
Yeah, so that's what he's talking about. And he went on more in his executive order. Almost unbelievably, as a DEI initiative, the Biden FAA specifically recruited and hired individuals with, now listen to this and pay careful attention to these.
Yes.
You'll see why in a second. Individuals with severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric issues, complete paralysis over other individuals who sought to work for the FAA. President Trump is immediately terminating this illegal and dangerous program and requiring that all FAA hiring be based solely on ensuring the safety of airline passengers and overall job excellence. Okay. Now, first of all, you notice what they didn't mention there.
What?
Were the disabled people qualified or not?
Yes.
They didn't mention that.
No.
They mentioned they were disabled. They didn't mention whether they were qualified.
Yes.
Which seems to me to be the critical question.
Right.
Because there's an assumption that Trump is just making that disabled people are lower standards. But if they kept the same standards for air traffic controlling, but just removed irrelevant elements of the job so the job was accessible to more people,
yes,
that sounds like a good thing to me. Like you're not lowering standards then.
Yes.
You're just putting in a ramp so they don't have to walk upstairs.
Yes.
Things like that, right? I'm going to do a little bit of correspondence later on when I do the correspondence about equity versus equality about this exact topic, actually. So just come back to that. But did this DEI program lower standards or not? Now, Peter Buttigieg denies it. He wrote, to be abundantly clear, we did not change the rigorous standard for becoming a certified air traffic controller. Those claiming otherwise are mistaken or lying. We did increase funding and training and grew the ATC workforce after years of declining numbers, including under Trump. The thing that New York Post can't know about those people that they hired, that the air traffic control guys hired, is why they hired them and how good are they. They can't know that. They just see a disability and that's it.
Yes.
But, you know, Trump can know that because he's the bloody president. So he can try and find that out rather than blaming them before he's asked anyone anything. That's what he could do. But he likes to act like the chief pundit when he's not acting like the president. He's just acting like your Thanksgiving uncle or drunk at a bar or whatever. I'd prefer him to find out how many people were hired, what were their exact disabilities were, whether the standards of air traffic controlling were compromised in any way, shape or form. Find that out. If they were compromised, then that's a legitimate scandal.
Yes.
If they weren't compromised, then Trump should shut the fuck up. That's what I would suggest. But there's an even bigger problem.
Yes.
And this is where we get to why I was getting you to pay attention before. If Trump genuinely thought all this DEI stuff was such a problem, why didn't he do anything about it when he was president? Because what he said about changing the standards is 100% wrong. He didn't change the standards at all. The lawsuit before about the 1,000 air traffic controllers who said they weren't hired because they were white, that lawsuit was filed in 2019 when Trump was there because he didn't do anything about that situation at all. So that's the first thing.
Yeah.
That lawsuit, by the way, is due to be heard this year. So we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
You know those disabled air traffic controllers that Trump can't believe they hired? You know when the program started? In 2019, under Trump. Here's the press release. Have a look. It's a press release for a pilot program to help prepare people with disabilities for careers in air traffic operations. So it turns out despite what he said in his presser, that Trump's standards were the same as Obama's and the same as Biden's. By the way, note, in the press release, it says, just like Buttigieg tweeted out, the candidates in this program will receive the same rigorous consideration in terms of aptitude, medical, and security qualifications as those individuals considered for a standard public opening for air traffic controller jobs. So they're saying they're not going to reduce the standards.
Yeah.
Also, if you look at the conditions mentioned on the FAA website, while Trump was president, they happen to match exactly the conditions that turned up in that New York Post article and the Fox News article. I just played you a couple of them, but if you go back to the press conference, he goes through a whole list and they are exactly the same. Hearing, blindness, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism. That is the exact list from the press conference. Also, in 2021, there was an announcement that 12 candidates were in the pipeline to become air traffic controllers from that program, that disabled program. So they'd been part of it now at that point in time for 2 years in 2021.
Yeah.
So what that tells you is that there probably weren't going to be too many more by 2023 or 2024. I don't know if there's still only 12 candidates or if it might be 20 now, whatever. But I can tell you how many air traffic controllers there are. There are 14,000. So I think 12 people out of 14,000 is not the reason for the problem in DC. Trump does have a foolproof response to all this, though.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistakes. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistakes.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense. Okay.
That's the response.
Classic Thanksgiving uncle. Common sense.
That's the response. Okay.
Yeah.
So I got to say a couple more things I'm going to throw to you if you have anything else to add, and then I'll finish off. First of all, if we have any concerns about the FAA, let's note the fact that that was the first mass fatality crash impacting amongst air traffic since February 2009. Okay, so clearly it wasn't a massive problem before. I should say they have had some near misses though in that time.
Yeah.
In 2023, the Federal Aviation Administration identified 19 serious runway incursions. That was the most in almost a decade. Also, in 2023, there were 503 air traffic control lapses that the FAA can categorize as significant. That's a 65% jump from 2022. They actually had a whole bunch in 2023. They created a safety review team. They created a number of they tried to get to the bottom of this, and they came up with all kinds of reasons about pilot inexperience, demand for air travel, outdated technology, and it improved in 2024. So they thought they'd gotten over it. Clearly, maybe not. But the point is that this is the first crash. And by the way, the second crash was 3 days later, which we might get to a little bit later on. And I want to say as well, just for the record, I approve of a review. A safety review is a great idea, which the executive order calls for. It orders the Secretary of Transportation to undergo a standards review to make sure the standards are high. You can tell he's doing that to get the disabled people.
Yes.
I reckon they should have a standards review, but not to get the disabled people, just to find out what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
Have a proper standards review. That sounds like a great idea. And then you can shoot people after you find out whether there's someone to shoot over.
Yes.
So anyway, the hypocrisy element is obviously strong. Donald Trump calling for merit hiring is quite hypocritical. I wouldn't say when you go through the Trump nominees, they are overflowing with highly qualified people. I noted on the show that Pete Hegseth had a lot to say about merit for a guy who's the least qualified defense secretary for at least 70 years. Don't even get me started on Lara Trump, of all people, calling for merit hiring for any job.
We want the best people. We want the most competent people. And we should never be hiring anyone for any job other than the best person for that job. That should be the number one reason.
Ronna McDaniel, pick your jaw up off the floor. That was Lara Trump calling for merit hiring for any job.
Yeah.
Also, Sean Duffy himself has been incredibly annoying. He just isn't letting this DEI thing go. He's pushing it even harder than Trump is, and in an even more nonsensical way.
So I do know that in the last administration, they were focused on not safety, but they were focused on changing the name from cockpit to flight deck. Or notice to airmen, they want to change it to notice to air mission. They focused on EVs and sustainability and racist roads, things that don't matter in regard to safety. Our mission since the start has been safety, and they've lost that mission. And we see when you don't focus on safety and you focus on social justice or the environment, bad things happen.
Now, I'm sure at some point in time, someone said something about racist roads and someone said something about cockpits or whatever. But, that doesn't mean the entire FAA was ignoring safety while that was happening.
No, whenever I think about people ignoring safety or ignoring core missions because they always want to talk about diversity or trans issues or these kinds of outrages, it's always the right. They're the ones who are actually taking up a lot of time talking about this stuff and presenting it as like the major issues that everything is revolving around rather than the core missions.
It's funny you mention that.
Yes.
Because during this week, when there were 2 air disasters, the worst week for the FAA in decades and decades, Sean Duffy was writing memos asking for withdrawing funding from cities and states that issue vaccine and mask mandates, withdrawing funding from sanctuary cities. He seemed to be distracted, even though there were 2 major plane crashes on his watch at that point in time. He's worrying about anti-woke practices at least as much, I would suggest more, than he accused the Dems of worrying about woke practices. And he also, by the way, hasn't brought back that safety board that Trump axed for no apparent reason on his second day.
He is, in other words, a lightweight even by reality TV contestant standards.
Well, I wasn't going to mention this, but I feel obliged, given you bring this up, to note what his nickname was on Road Rules.
What was his nickname on Road Rules?
Arse Rocket. Secretary Arse Rocket. That's what you get, folks, when you appoint Arse Rocket to be your Secretary of Transportation. That's more merit hiring for you right there. Any other issues? Okay, Reagan National Airport's a disaster. It's got a tight footprint, 3 intersecting runways, military and government operations all over the place, making airspace very difficult to negotiate for pilots. That's an issue, and they keep on adding more flights anyway because it's convenient for politicians.
I know. It's an airport that basically only exists because members of Congress don't want to go all the way to Dulles, which admittedly can be a pretty, snarled, long, tedious drive out there. But, yeah, that is basically why Reagan Airport exists. I remember the first time I ever caught a flight out there. I'm like, holy shit, we are close to all of these buildings.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Understaffing, definite issue with the air traffic control. Internal preliminary FAA report said that staffing at the air traffic control tower at the airport was not normal for the time of day and volume. They had 19 controllers as of September 2023. They've had 19 controllers for that tower. The controllers union and the FAA call for 30. They say that means they're working 6 days a week and 10 hours a day. Apparently it's been the case for a long time, though, so I'm not sure that was actually the reason.
Yep.
On the day, if you want to blame Biden for something, 4 years is a long time to get the staff up back after COVID.
Yeah.
And they haven't improved it much, despite what Pete Buttigieg said. Another staffing issue, apparently one controller left early that night, and so they were even more slightly understaffed than usual. Might have had an impact. But if you watch the tape, the controller did warn the helicopter about the flight. So I'm not sure it's the controller. Maybe. I don't know, he seemed to be speaking a different language. In 2024, the Army suffered 15 Class A flight mishaps and 2 Class A aircraft ground mishaps. A Class A mishap is $2.5 million of property damage. That's quite a mishap.
Yes.
So the Army's record isn't great either. That was the most since 2014. We don't know. Let's wait. We should at least wait till we see the black boxes. That's a first step at the very least.
Yeah.
In the meantime, staffing up on air traffic controllers seems like a good idea. Just throwing shit out there.
Yeah.
What we don't need though is what we're about to get, because Secretary Arse Rocket has some big news for us. Big news. Talk to the DOGE team. They're going to plug in to help upgrade our aviation system.
Jesus.
He says. Now, there's been a lot of smart arsery about this, but look, I'll give him credit. While Elon Musk does not have the world's greatest safety record at SpaceX,
No.
he at least has a record.
Yes.
Like, he's had to deal with this. He's dealing with error. Like, sure, they're rockets, they're not planes, but, you know, we're in the ballpark of being concerned about safety, dealing with a massive organization. It's not like his experience is irrelevant. I don't think he's an insane person to pick to consult as one of many people that you consult about safety issues. I would say. You obviously disagree,
I
Dave.
completely disagree.
Okay, you can tell us before. I mean, you can hear where I'm going here.
I can hear where
I'm setting up for.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let me deliver my little shiv in the chest, and then you can deliver your sledgehammer.
Yeah.
Which is Elon Musk. I understand why he may be in the room when you're talking about safety issues. He may have something to add. The Doge boys, I don't see what they have to add.
No.
A bunch of 20-year-olds who are, look, they might be wonderful programmers. They might be. But they have no experience with anything to do with airlines or rockets or aeronautics or anything, or in fact, life. They've got no experience of anything whatsoever other than being racist, and you're just going to pull them in to advise the FAA on safety. Why don't you get a qualified safety professional? How about that? How about we try someone whose job it is to improve air safety rather than pulling in the Doge boys? How about that, Secretary? That's my thought. What were you about to say?
Elon Musk doesn't trust any kind of expertise. He thinks that anybody who is a government employee is a loser who can't get a real job in a startup. And my guess is that his idea about upgrading safety systems is going to be something along the lines of, let's make it dependent on something that I'm personally invested in, right? Let's have more AI to do stuff. I don't think he'll go as far as like, let's put it on the blockchain, although I'm sure that I'm sure there's a lot of that coming in the future.
I bet the Doge boys will suggest that.
But what I'm saying is, if it's obvious to everyone that one of the problems is chronic understaffing, which, by the way, might be related to the fact that the Air Traffic Control Union was the first government union that Reagan broke back in the 1980s.
Ironically, his airport pays the price.
Yes, yeah. Like this didn't start with Doge. This is the very long-term effects of a long-term war against government employees. That the last solution that Elon Musk is going to embrace is let's hire more government employees. Yeah.
At the very least, whether you agree with Dave that Elon's got no place being there, or you agree with me that the Doge boys have no place being there, at the very least, it's not big news, as Sean Duffy put it.
Yeah.
I reckon he might be out of his depth. I got nothing else to say about this topic.
No, nor do I.
Okay, now, Dave.
Yes.
I need to ask you two questions.
Yes.
The first of which is, do you need to be finished in 20 minutes?
No.
Okay. The second is, whatever time you have in your mind about when you need to be finished, we have ahead of us Rubio diplomacy, which is one of your topics.
Sure.
We have smell the Musk, which is my topic, but I'm sure you're going to got a lot to say about that as well. And we've got the Gaza situation, which was your topic.
Right.
So which would you like us to cover at this point in time?
I think that we should deal with Gaza first.
Gaza. Okay. All right. Let's go to Gaza. All right. So you take it away for us.
Right. Okay. So Donald Trump held a press conference this week where this was after he had already said that Gaza was uninhabitable, so Egypt and Jordan should take all of the Gazan refugees.
Yeah.
We discussed last week why there is no way that that's going to happen. That's a point that has been reiterated many times by Egypt. There were, in fact, protests all over Jordan about this last week. So Donald Trump, as I'm sure everyone has already seen, had a press conference next to a smiling but probably surprised Benjamin Netanyahu, saying that he wanted the United States to take a, quote, long-term ownership position over Gaza.
Let's play a bit of that just to remind you.
The U.S. will take over the Gaza Strip, and we will do a job with it, too. We'll own it and be responsible for dismantling all of the dangerous unexploded bombs and other weapons on the site, level the site and get rid of the destroyed buildings, level it out, create an economic development that will supply unlimited numbers of jobs and housing for the people of the area. Do a real job, do something different. Just can't go back. If you go back, it's going to end up the same way it has for 100 years.
So this is an elaboration of what he'd already been saying about the idea that Palestinian refugees should just never go home to Gaza, that they should go to Jordan and Egypt. He's saying, why would they want to go back? Their houses are all destroyed. Look, the fact is they are going back. People are going back to their houses. And when you look at the way that people have historically rebuilt after either natural or human-made disasters have destroyed their homes, it's actually a pretty powerful human impulse. Like, yes, a lot of people are going to leave because it'll be too hard. But to get back to something we were talking about last week, when you consider this to be your land and you believe you've got no land anywhere else, even if it's been destroyed, especially by a country that you consider your military opponent, your reaction to that is not necessarily going to be, yeah, I'll just go somewhere else. People are going to want to rebuild.
And just on that note, it's the same with the LA fires.
Yes.
Like the people want to get back home because they know that the quickest way for them to be in a safe area is for them to clean up their own place.
Yes.
Rather than wait 10 years or 15 years for some government to clean up the rubble.
Yes.
Do it yourself. That's what they would want to do right now.
Now, there is there's a massive task in front of people, but as impossible as it might look, you would be amazed what people can do when it comes to cooperating with each other to rebuild their homes. So he's just writing that off completely, saying, people aren't going to want to, go back there. They should go to other countries. But then he adds this elaboration about the US will take control of it and rebuild it, and he basically hints at because this is great beachside real estate.
Yes.
Right, so this is, the term Gaza Lago was talked about, that he wanted to build a high-end seaside resort. I thought of Gazaritaville as a possibility. But just look at what he's saying. He's not saying this can't be rebuilt, right? This strip of land should be abandoned. He's saying, no, we can completely rebuild it, but Palestinians aren't going to live there. The people whose land it is aren't going to live there.
Yes.
Like, Americans are going to live there. I assume he would probably include Israelis in that as well. Once again, just getting back to the point about, okay, so to do this would require the cooperation of Palestinians, Egypt, Jordan, other Arab powers, as well as Israel. Once again, he starts by just insulting the shit out of everyone whose buy-in he would actually need. By saying, they're going to accept this situation of just going off to other countries that they have no connection with so that this can be rebuilt as a high-end resort for Americans. Yes. Unsurprisingly, this didn't get any buy-in from anybody. Okay, so
Did you see the photo of Susie Wiles during the press conference?
no, I didn't. Yes. Yes. Yeah, worth mentioning.
I don't think she enjoyed it.
He didn't apparently tell anybody about this beforehand, apart from Netanyahu, he told a few minutes beforehand.
Well, some said.
Yeah.
I've seen conflicting articles on this.
Yes.
So there was an article that said he ran the idea past some people in the days ahead, but other people he didn't. One person he definitely didn't was
Yes.
Marco Rubio.
Of course not.
Who apparently was watching this in Guatemala. And he was hearing about this for the first time and was just like, oh no. Clean up.
Yeah.
But
Anyway.
apparently he told some people. But
Yeah.
others he
So
didn't.
everyone said no. Even Benjamin Netanyahu, like he of course praised Trump's outside the box thinking and said, Trump says these things and people are like, no, that can't be true. But then they're like, oh my God, he's right.
Yeah.
Not even Netanyahu suggested that this might actually happen.
Yeah.
There were some Israeli settlers who were very happy about the idea, but the whole point is nobody who could potentially make this idea happening is interested in making it happen because it's ethnic cleansing.
It is.
It is absolutely ethnic cleansing.
It's literally the definition of ethnic
There is
cleansing.
no other thing. Even if you're framing it as let's build a beach resort, it's ethnic cleansing. I think it makes it worse to say we're going to ethnically cleanse in order to build a beach resort.
And it's also literally the definition of another Nakba, which is what the Palestinians call when they were moved out of Israel to Gaza in the first place 75 years ago.
Yeah.
It's this is like their original sin about this part of the conflict.
Yes.
They always want to reverse it. They always want a right to return. That's what they're talking about. And Trump's saying, hey, if you like that so much, why don't we have another one? That's so that was strange.
Yeah.
So what's going on?
Let me make one more point before I go into what's going on.
Yeah.
One of the things I couldn't stop thinking about, it's like, okay, it's not just no Arab country will agree to this.
Definitely not.
The Palestinians will never, ever agree to this. This would require so much money from the US government, money that would have to come from Congress. It would also, Trump said at the original press conference, when he was asked, will this require a troop commitment? He said yes.
He did.
He said, we'll send troops over there. Who in their right mind in the US wants to send American troops to Gaza to throw the Palestinian population, to throw Hamas out of Gaza?
But in this case, Dave, it's even worse.
Yeah.
Because the troops
yes
are not going in to just throw them out of Gaza.
Yeah.
They're going in to clean up Gaza which means they're a sitting target.
Yes.
For terrorists.
Yes.
It's just,
yes.
They're not even fighting back. They're just taking fire.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, who wants to send their child to die in Operation Gaza-Reederville?
Yeah.
Like, no, I mean, there are not many things that can sway Trump's base, but this suggestion, if it had ever been thought through, even Trump's base might have had problems with this.
To be fair, the next day, Trump had fine-tuned the plan a little bit.
Right, yes.
I'll read you out his truth. The Gaza Strip would be turned over to the United States by Israel at the conclusion of fighting. The Palestinians, people like Chuck Schumer, would have already been resettled in far safer and more beautiful communities with new and modern homes in the region. They would actually have a chance to be happy, safe, and free.
My God.
The US, working with great development teams from all over the world, would slowly and carefully begin the construction of what would become one of the greatest and most spectacular developments of its kind on Earth. No soldiers by the US would be needed.
No, of course not.
Stability for the region would reign.
Of course. No soldiers would be needed because everyone would be too busy saying, Mr. Trump, what a great idea this is. So, yeah, the idea of they'll go because we'll build them big, beautiful houses somewhere else. Has Trump ever seen a refugee camp? No, he has not. Is any Palestinian going to buy the promise that someone is going to build them a nice new house somewhere else?
I don't think they will.
That is not their experience with with refugee camps in Arab states.
No.
Certainly not their experience with the United States of America. Trump is someone who doesn't even build condos that he takes deposits on.
That's true.
He's not going to be building big, beautiful houses
for refugees
in unspecified other locations for Palestinian refugees, right? Nobody is going to believe this. And okay,
there's not a lot of mod cons in refugee camps.
This gets me to the point that, of course, it was not very long before people were saying, this is clearly just a negotiating tactic.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to keep hammering on this for the next 4 years, right? It's never just a negotiating tactic.
We should play Mike Walls saying this so you can then argue with him.
Yes.
I think what the president is just acknowledging is we've been looking at this over the last weeks and months, and frankly, he's been thinking about it since October 7th, and that war is, you know, everybody's heart breaks for the Palestinian people across the region, and rightly so, but he's not seeing any realistic solutions on how those miles and miles and miles of debris are going to be cleared, how those, you know, essentially unexploded bombs are going to be removed, how these people are physically going to live for the at least a decade, if not longer, it's going to take to do this. So the fact that nobody has a realistic solution, and he puts some very bold, fresh, new ideas out on the table, I don't think should be criticized in any way. I think it's going to bring the entire region to come with their own solutions.
And look, to be fair to Mike Walls, what the hell else is he going to say? I think it's a great idea.
True.
All he can say is this is just trying to get ideas from out of other people.
Yeah. I've seen that argument made by a former Obama official saying, see, what he's trying to do here is to get the Arab states to come up with, with feasible, realistic solutions. And it's like, okay, if that were one of the outcomes of this, that would be great. But let's go back to what he's trying to do here. You seriously think that's what Trump is trying to do here? You seriously think Trump is lying awake at night going, I just don't think that these Arab countries have got a really good plan for rubble removal and safe resettlement, temporary resettlement of refugees. I'm a bit worried about the logistics of it. I'm worried about the border agreements. What I'll do is I'll just put a proposal out there to get them all working together to come up with a solution.
Let's just shake the tree.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Everything that we know about Trump's personal psychology and also the way that he talks about everything indicates he actually thought that this was a great idea. Now, back to this is just a negotiating tactic. So what's the negotiation going on here at the moment? What position is he trying to move somebody to? Is he trying to negotiate with Hamas?
Doesn't sound like it.
Doesn't sound like it. He is trying to negotiate with the Arab states to get them to take more refugees. So he's already been pressuring them to try to take 2 million Palestinian refugees. This is his negotiating tactic, saying, and if you do this, we'll also rebuild this as an American enclave on Palestinian land where Palestinians can't live.
That's just what they want.
Yes.
Every Arab country's dream.
To come back to the point about the costs of Trump saying insane shit that will never happen, it's not a cost-free exercise, right? What he does by saying ethnic cleansing is actually the position I'm standing behind here is, first of all, that sends a very powerful signal to the Israeli right, which the Israeli right has fully absorbed and taken on board about what the United States is going to allow in the West Bank and other places and about what the possible future of Gaza is.
Which I think Trump's going to come back to in about 2 weeks.
Yep.
Or 3 weeks.
Yes.
Yeah.
Second, this is a signal to all of the Arab states that Trump is the only kind of deals that Trump is interested in are deals that appease the wildest fantasies of the Israeli right. That means their own populations are going to be incredibly distrustful. I mean, they already were, but like now they're going to be incredibly distrustful of these governments doing any kind of negotiation with the US or Israel. This is a huge problem because Egypt and Jordan's agreements with Israel have been incredibly important to them. And they've been incredibly important to the region. And they're incredibly important for any kind of prospect for peace. The demonstrations that were taking place in Jordan last week and over the weekend, these were Jordanians who were standing with the government on the issue of not taking any more Palestinian refugees. Bearing in mind, this is a country where there are already vast numbers of Palestinian refugees. A lot of these protesters were Palestinian, saying we don't want any more, we can't absorb any more Palestinian refugees after absorbing hundreds of thousands of Syrian refugees over the last decade. In Egypt, the Muslim Brotherhood was standing with the Egyptian government, who is actively persecuting them, saying, yeah, we are with you on this point, right? But what these protesters were also saying is we are going to withdraw this support if we see any hint of you moving towards this position. What this means is it's going to be incredibly difficult for these countries to actually negotiate with the US or Israel from now on, even more difficult than it already was. The opposition in these, the really hard line opposition in these countries, which is already doing pretty well, is going to flourish more and more. You can't propose ethnic cleansing in any kind of serious forum without incurring a cost. Okay, and Trump's whole thing about, I want to be remembered as a deal maker, I want to be remembered as a peacemaker. People in that region, it's true. After so many decades of failure, they are open to radical solutions. They are open to new things. But coming in with the suggestion of ethnic cleansing and you've just got to take 2 million more Palestinian refugees, that's going to damage Trump really significantly in any kind of negotiations that he tries to do from now on. One thing that it's a negotiating tactic people have been saying that I agree with is that the major prize is really the normalization of Israel-Saudi relations. Even the great and repressive Saudi monarchy has internal pressures that it has to deal with. Okay, not only internal factionalism within its own family, but even popular pressure. One of the reasons why the Saudi kingdom took such a hard line, Wahhabi turn in the 1970s, was because sacred sites in Islam were taken over by Islamic militants who thought that the Saudis were not very good guardians of those sites. The Saudis do have to worry about what their own population thinks, not in the same way that a democratic country does, not in the same way that Egyptian and Jordanian leaders who have to face elections do, but nonetheless they still have to worry. Trump is just making it harder and harder for them to ever get to the normalization with Israel that he wants. And this is just going to make them more and more insistent that there has to be a two-state solution, which, as we said last week, is as unlikely as it appears to be, as near impossible as it appears to be. That's the one thing that is near impossible instead of so far beyond impossible that you can't even think about it, which is what Trump has proposed.
Yeah, which is why I say, if in 2 or 3 weeks Trump basically endorses the annexing of West Bank.
Yes.
Then you got a whole new world of problems then.
So all of I'm not saying that we don't do armchair analysis. We do armchair analysis. But the whole kind of brand of, well, that region's been pretty fucked up for a long time. Trump's just throwing out some new ideas. Why don't they come up with better ideas? It's very disconnected from what people are actually hearing when they are hearing Trump proposing ethnic cleansing.
So what do you think he was getting at then? What was he trying to do? Do you think he just thinks this is a really good idea?
I think he thinks it's a fantastic idea.
Okay.
I think this is part of his territorial annexation thing.
Let me throw out a couple of alternatives.
Yes, yeah.
Number one, when there's no solution, which is the case here, Trump just goes onto autopilot, and he's just doing exactly the same thing that happened the last time he was on autopilot when there was no solution, which was when he was talking to North Korea.
Ah.
Do you remember his pitch to North Korea? I've got just to remind you, I've got a little excerpt from his pitch to North Korea, which is, let's just say it was just as convincing as his Gaza pitch.
A new world can begin today. One of friendship, respect, and goodwill. Be part of that world, where the doors of opportunity are ready to be opened. Investment from around the world, where you can have medical breakthroughs, an abundance of resources, innovative technology, and new discoveries. What if? Can history be changed? Will the world embrace this change? And when could this moment in history begin? It comes down to a choice. On this day, in this time, at this moment.
Okay. I would put to you that press conference was just that video without file footage.
Without Dodgem cars.
That's it. So that's one theory. That's one theory. He's just got nothing. So he just goes. So much of Trump, I think, is autopilot. There's so much of his muscle memory when it comes to politics is just stuff he liked from Ronald Reagan. Like the Panama thing was Ronald Reagan. It's Make America Great Again was Ronald Reagan. It's and I think that this is part of his muscle memory when he's just got nothing, just go into real estate blather.
Yes.
So that's one thought. Another thing, this is undermined by the fact that if he did tell a couple of people beforehand, which we don't know, that's just one article said that.
Yes, yeah.
Then this won't count. But if he didn't, if this is right off the top of his head, we should remember that directly before this press conference, he watched the Hamas video. The snuff video from October 7 of all the Hamas atrocities. He came fresh from that viewing to this press conference. So he might have been emotional. He might have just been, we're just going to just start again. It might have been like that. I don't know.
Look, whatever the reason.
I don't know. I got no idea.
Yeah, no.
I'm just trying to come up with shit.
Whatever the reason, the way this was seen in the Arab world was, this is confirmation that all that the US wants to do is to give Israel whatever it wants.
Yeah, with the Israeli right. Well, actually, I think the whole of Israel. I think the whole of Israel liked this one.
No, I think there were a lot of Israelis who thought, fuck, this is bad in terms of, what it's, what it's going to do.
Well, I'm just saying, like Benny Gantz, for instance, supported it and stuff.
Yeah.
It wasn't just Israeli right.
So the idea that the US is going to be any kind of credible partner over the next 4 years or ever, this is the thing, he's potentially salting the earth for a long time.
Well,
now, there's one view that says, that is what the US always wanted to do. He's just, he's just putting it out in the open. But regardless of the reason, this is how it's seen. Go on.
No, I was going to say on your salting the earth thing.
Yeah.
What people haven't been talking about, which I think they should be, because this Gaza plan's not going to happen. We shouldn't be talking about it really because it's irrelevant.
Yes.
But you know what is very relevant is what this does for phase 2 negotiations, which are happening right now.
Yes.
So if the Israeli right are all cock a hoop and they're going, here we go, baby.
Yes.
How many concessions are they about to give?
Yes.
To the Palestinians and to Hamas in the phase 2 negotiations, because the phase 2 negotiations can't be resolved unless they decide how they're going to determine who is in charge of Gaza afterwards. The process.
Yeah.
And Trump is just thrown into the mix. No one.
Yes.
Like the army, the American army is going to be in charge.
Yeah.
So the Israeli right were already not making concessions. We're already not wanting to negotiate. They've already been a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
What is this going to do to them? Does this basically make the chance of phase 2 happening on the ceasefire basically zero? Has he salted the earth on phase 2, which is not 6 years away or 20 years away? It's 3 weeks away.
Quite possibly. The other thing is, and this is becoming another common theme of the early weeks of the Trump presidency, is he has this real instinct of all of these countries, one way or another, whether we're talking about Canada or whether we're talking about Jordan, they're all dependent on us, right? So we should be able to push them around. We should be able to take whatever we can get from them, and there's not anything they can do about it because they are dependent on us. Okay, Jordan gets a lot of civilian aid from the United States. Egypt gets a huge amount of military aid from the United States. They're dependent on us. We should be able to push them around. And, you know, there is something to that. Like a lot of these countries, you know, we've talked about Canada's trade relationship with the United States. I would say that dependency is completely kind of natural, but nonetheless, it's a dependency. Certainly, Jordan does get a huge amount of its aid from the United States. But when Trump...
Egypt does too.
Yeah. When Trump starts talking this way, one of the possible ways that they can respond, and I think we're already seeing this response in Europe and Latin America, is we've got to break our dependency on the United States.
Yeah.
And there are other countries who are happy to step into the breach.
Especially when you get rid of US aid.
Yes. Yeah. There are plenty of other countries who are happy to step into the breach. And I mean, a lot of countries who get infrastructure built by China as part of the Belt and Road thing, they find that the infrastructure isn't as good as they were promised. That it's not as good a deal as they thought they were going to get, but it's something.
Yeah.
If it's more than what the US is offering, a lot of countries might start thinking in terms of, Trump has very clearly signaled that the US doesn't want any kind of permanent relationships with anybody anymore. That this is the new virtue is complete self-reliance. We've got to find other sources of aid. We've got to find other sources of trade. We've got to find other partners. And once again, I mean, you could take an America First point of view and say, great, piss off. Like, stop taking our aid. Stop trading with us on terms that we don't like. Go and find something else. We can look after ourselves. But once again, Trump is not actually that kind of isolationist. Trump wants the United States to be able to do things in the world more cheaply and to extract tribute from other countries. The way that the United States has previously been able to act so easily in the world has been because of the soft power, because of the feeling of consent, because of the feeling of the permanent alliance, the permanent relationship with the United States. Trump is burning all of that up. He is going to make it a lot harder for the US to actually act in the way that Trump wants it to act. Let's talk very quickly about Rubio's diplomacy. Okay.
Let's do that.
Yes.
Okay.
So when Rubio was announced as Trump's pick for Secretary of State, you might remember that Chaz and I were like, oh, yeah, it makes sense, right? That especially in comparison to a lot of his other picks.
Absolutely.
Rubio was someone who had served on a lot of Senate Foreign Relations committees, someone with a lot of ties to a region that is clearly going to be very important to the United States, and someone who, in his own way, is the kind of institutional politician that you expect from a very senior diplomat. I'm just going to admit to being completely wrong about this. I'd forgotten something very important. It's Marco Rubio. It's Marco Rubio. It's the person that Trump so thoroughly humiliated in 2016 in the primary debates because he probably was the strongest opponent to Trump, as weird as it sounds to say it now.
Yeah, I think he was.
He just reduced Rubio to a joke. A joke that was broadcast worldwide. Most of Trump's nicknames for people never stick with me. Little Marco has stuck with me.
Yes.
I still think
it's
of
stuck with him as well.
I still think of Little Marco. So Trump then sends Marco Rubio on a trip to Latin America. It's quite significant that this is Rubio's first trip as Secretary of State. This is not usually the first place that Secretaries of State go. The last one to do it was Colin Powell in 2001 when he went to Mexico for one day before going to the Middle East. But Rubio's done a full-blown swing.
And it's worth noting, by the way, that I should say the countries: El Salvador, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Panama, Dominican Republic.
Yeah.
We should say that this comes straight off the back of 4 straight years.
Yes.
Of harassment of Kamala Harris, who was given the task of dealing with the root causes of migration, which involve in reality, as opposed to what was said at the time, involves negotiating with these kinds of countries, trying to develop them. And yes, she did invest in those countries to a certain extent, but to in week one of the term going, no, we're doing a proper visit here. That is a much bigger step up, and it contrasts hugely with what happened in the 4 years before.
So, and it shows these countries are going to be a very important foreign policy priority because they are central to Trump's big issue of immigration. So this trip was probably a good idea, but is sending Marco Rubio around to threaten people a good idea? I don't think so, because frankly, what's less threatening than Marco Rubio? I can't think of anything. What's more of a joke than Marco Rubio saying, this is not a joke? This is serious. Like, can you actually imagine it? One of my favorite Rubio quotes from this week was when he squealed about, it was about USAID. They're unresponsive and insubordinate.
We're going to be playing that later on.
I will not stand for insubordination. Yes. So Rubio, I mean, I'm amazed it took me long to realize this. Like, holy shit, he is exactly the wrong man for this task. Okay. And he's already fucking up pretty significantly, albeit he's been given a pretty big job. So given the context of the last few weeks, you wouldn't normally say that Panama is the most important place of these countries that he's going to visit. But he goes to Panama.
Yeah.
Molino sits him down and says, the canal is not open for negotiation, right? Do you get that? Not open for negotiation. No, China is not running the canal. Given usually countries in these kinds of negotiations sort of try to give Americans like some kind of face-saving option, Molino isn't even trying. In this case, he is just telling Rubio off publicly. Now, the one thing that Rubio got out of this was that Panama said, we'll end the Belt and Road understanding we've got with China.
Yes.
In other words, the MOU. You know who else has done that? Dan Andrews in Victoria. Dan Andrews, under pressure from the Australian federal government, ended a Belt and Road MOU with China.
Did Marco Rubio get that out of it?
Marco Rubio did not get that out of the point is, it's not actually, it wasn't a particularly big deal in the first place. Not a very big deal for Panama to end that. But what the State Department said after that meeting was, Panama has agreed to waive the fees on US government ships going through the Panama Canal.
That's the tweet there?
Yes. Panama had not agreed to that. Why would you just say something that, first of all, is not true, but second, that you know from having talked to Molino, who's been telling you off in public, that he is not just going to let that lie slide?
And this is what they said in response. In response to a publication released by the United States Department of State, the Panama Canal Authority, which is authorized to set tolls and other fees for transiting the canal, reports that it has not made any adjustments to them. The Panama Canal Authority, as is indicated, is fully prepared to engage in a dialogue with relevant United States officials regarding the transit of U.S. warships.
You know, one of the things that really stuck out the most to me?
What's that?
It was the revelation of what kind of fees that we're talking about.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Because the State Department was like, this will save the US government millions a year. Now, when you say millions, that could be like 999 million.
Yeah.
In my naivety, I thought that we might be talking about numbers in the hundreds of millions.
Really?
What was it?
It was millions.
Yes.
It was 2 to 3 millions. It was literally millions. But yeah, it was as low as it could be while still being millions. Yes.
Yeah. 2 to 3 million dollars.
And how cheeky is it? Just as an aside, how cheeky is it to even ask?
Yeah.
I mean, given that America is responsible for more than half of the traffic they get in the Panama Canal.
Yeah.
To say to them, we expect you to pay for the upkeep and the management of the canal, but for at least half your traffic, you should take zero.
Yes.
That's a cheeky ass
Yes.
of a tiny country.
Well,
when you're America.
Rubio tried to justify this by squeaking something about how it's a disgrace that the United States is expected to defend the Panama Canal.
I got the quote.
Yep.
I mean, I love your impression.
Yeah.
It's, he said he found it absurd that we would have to pay fees to transit a zone that we are obligated to protect in a time of conflict. Those are our expectations. They were clear. They were clearly understood in those conversations, he said.
Obligation in times of a conflict. Do you know how many countries have actually militarily threatened Panama recently?
I can think of one.
One. You know how many countries have fought a war with Panama in the last 100 years? One. Who is the United States protecting the Panama Canal from? Itself. Anyway, Marco Rubio diplomacy not going very well.
The only thing I would say
is
that, and I think that's all fair enough, but the only thing I would say is I'd say that I think they got with the MOU thing. I know that's not a massive thing, but Molino was pretty blunt about that as well. Like he gave if they wanted a fig leaf of saying we're making sure China does not have a footprint in Panama, he gave them that. Like he said, I'm not having anything to do with them. Basically, like I've got the quotes here. The Memorandum of Understanding on the Silk Road, part of the Belt and Road Initiative, will not be renewed by my government. That is a fact. We're going to study the possibility of whether it can be ended earlier or not. I think it's up for renewal 1 or 2 years because it's every 3. So that initiative which was signed will not be renewed by my government. He was very definitive about that.
Let's pay careful attention to that language. I think it's up for renewal in 1 or 2 years because it comes up every 3.
Yeah.
This is how much that MOU matters. He's not sure when it's up for renewal.
That's true.
Sometime in the next couple of years, I don't know, but we're definitely not going to renew it.
That is true.
Yes.
That's true. So, but it does seem like the Panama thing is over, maybe. I don't know. Maybe Trump will come back for another hit.
Trump's given up on the idea of military annexation of the Panama Canal.
Well, what he said at the time, like now, just before Rubio, when he was trying to play bad cop, good cop with Rubio.
Yeah.
What he said was that he thought it was a violation of the Treaty of Neutrality that China was that China had a position of influence and control over the Panama Canal, and that it could make those two Hutchison port terminals military at the slightest of just by asking them, basically. And the New York Times did back that up. They said that their analysis was that it was transformable to a military installation. Now, if Milano is just going, well, we're just not going to be doing that anymore, because he did talk about the Hutchison thing as well.
Yeah.
Then that gives them the fig leaf. That's all I'm saying. But I don't know.
Once you're talking about the possibility of China transforming ports in Panama suddenly transforming into military facilities, by the time that's happening, I'd say there are already some pretty major problems going on.
Yeah, that's a fair
it's
call.
not like that would be the first step.
Yeah. No, you're right.
In a conflict.
Yeah.
The creeping sort of spread. Yeah. For that to happen, things would already have to be pretty far gone.
Fair call.
Okay.
What do you think about, just before you go here, what do you think about the El Salvador thing?
What do you think about the El Salvador thing?
I mean, just so people know what we're talking about, part of this same trip, Rubio, he didn't really extract anything from the El Salvador president. What's his name again? I've forgotten.
Bukelele?
Bukelele, thank you.
Yeah.
He didn't extract anything from Bukelele. Bukelele was basically just thrusting it upon him as soon as he walked in. Hey, how do you guys like to pay to use our prison to store your illegal immigrants plus your own prisoners?
Yes.
Because we have this super crowded prison, which we can't afford to pay for. And if you pay, we'll make room for some of your prisoners in our super crowded prison. And Rubio was like, oh, that's great. But Bukelele did offer this, has offered this before.
Yes.
He's offered this several times.
Yeah.
Like this is his scheme.
This is not a diplomatic triumph of Marco Rubio.
No, he just turned up.
Yeah.
And I think they're probably, depending on what happens, I can see them potentially using it at some point in time. But
is the prison run on the blockchain?
There's chains. I'm not sure they're those kinds of chains though. So it's just an interesting offer. The other thing I would ask you, if you have nothing to say about that, is by contrast to Marco Rubio, what do you think about Richard Grenell being in Venezuela at exactly the same time Rubio was on his tour? And he comes back from Venezuela with 6 American hostages, plus a deal for Venezuela to take all their illegal immigrants, criminal or otherwise. And we have no idea what America gave up as part of that deal.
Yeah. Look, I didn't even think about this in conjunction with Rubio's visit.
Yeah.
But it gives you an idea. Time. It gives you an idea of who's actually being sent to achieve things.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because that actually sounds like a pretty significant deal of some kind.
And Grenell was probably the runner-up for Secretary of State as well. They were talking about him at one point in time.
Yeah, while Rubio's being sent to El Salvador to hear Bukelele's blockchain prison offers.
Yeah. Anyway, okay, David, you're definitely out of time.
I am going to need to go, so I'm not going to be able to smell the musk.
Yeah, I was going to say, are you okay with us doing it now?
I am okay with you doing that.
Okay.
Yes, but I do want to hear the sting.
Okay, all right. Well, because that is a spoiler. Dave just spoiled completely.
Sorry.
That's okay. I was going to build it up. But Phil, who is one of our many very talented musical peppers, and he's put together a Smell the Musk sting, which is going to get, I suspect, a lot of use.
Yep.
Here it is. And as we play it, we're going to show you some photos, or one photo of Phil whipping up the Smell the Musk sting. I think you'll agree that Phil's looking way too happy and not nearly enough disturbed as he does this.
Smell the musk. Yeah. Smell the musk. USA! USA! Smell the musk.
What a great sting.
What a note to go out on. Okay.
Dave, we'll see you.
Hope you've all had a great Super Bowl.
See you later on in the week.
Yes.
Stay peppy.
Stay peppy.
After the white flash, it's Lockie. Welcome to the other side of the white flash. Here is Lockie. Phil, given that you're, and not just Phil, any of our musical peppers, if someone wants to whip up a sting, which is Chaz Unleashed while Lockie nods, or with Lockie nodding, or something like that. Chaz Unleashed with Lockie nodding, or something like that. Please do, because this is definitely becoming a bit of a thing.
Regular, yeah. I'll add, what I'll do is we'll play Chaz Unleashed right now,
Yeah.
and I'll add the sound of me nodding to it.
Let's do that. The sound of you nodding really stands out.
Yeah, no, it's
I didn't think it would, but it's deafening. Look, I wasn't going to do this today. I was going to do a couple of extras and some correspondence after Dave was finished, because I knew Dave was going to be around for a while, but this is too big a topic. We can't leave this hanging. So it means that we're going to be around for a while. This is going to be a long one, because this is going to be, well, at least 45 minutes, I reckon. At least, possibly an hour. And then I might do, just 5-10 minutes of correspondence, just really short correspondence at the Chaz Unleashed station. Well, Lockie edits. But yeah, we just need to deal with this this Doge stuff, because this is pretty big, and I don't want it hanging over us for the next podcast.
And who better to bring on for that segment than an underqualified 20-something?
That exactly. It seems appropriate, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe you can shed some light on this, Lockie.
Yeah, so
Maybe.
Basically, put it on the blockchain.
You can.
Yeah.
You're like a sensei for these guys.
Don't want to be. As you were. Go on. I'll get back to my nodding.
No, you save those gems, because we're going to be talking about these guys quite a lot, but we can't start this segment without playing the sting again. Thank you, Phil.
Smell the musk. Smell the musk. Smell the musk.
I don't know what's going on there.
I'm smelling the musk. Feeling the musk.
You don't sound as happy about it as that guy in that sting, but that guy in the sting really likes the musky smelling.
Thank you, Phil.
Thank you so much, Phil. That was great. Is that you making those noises, Phil? If so, I'm glad you enjoyed yourself when you were making that sting. You deserve it. All right. Okay, so let's go through this. What happened, first of all? The State Department ordered virtually, let's go back a week and a bit. The State Department ordered virtually every foreign assistance program funded by the US to stop work for 90 days. That was the first order of just all foreign aid done for 90 days. And there was a huge brouhaha over AIDS drugs and soup kitchens and all these really important things to people, like charity vehicles to save people's lives, being stopped as well. And they're killing people. So then, 4 days later, the State Department backed down a little bit, and they said, no, look, life-saving humanitarian assistance should continue. There's a waiver for them. And the other programs, well, they're still frozen for 90 days. But there's a special waiver for all life-saving programs, which that's better. But the problem is it made pretty much no difference whatsoever, because no one knew what exactly was defined as being under the waiver or not. Because you go, okay, fine. Say handing out AIDS medication to AIDS patients. That's life-saving.
Yeah.
But is supplying the AIDS medication to the doctors to hand it out, is that life-saving?
Oh.
Are the people who organize the deliveries of the medicine, like just there's all these supply chain people who aren't doing the critical thing. Are they counted or not? And that's important, because if you try and operate one of these charities and you don't have a waiver, well, we found out very soon what happened. I'll get to that in a second. But but basically, there was such confusion about when the waiver applied and when it didn't, that none of these charities actually got back on the road. They're still frozen, even now.
Even the obviously life-saving
even the
ones?
obviously life-saving ones. Wow. There are constant articles about these people not being able to get them restarted again, because there are essential parts of the chain that aren't working because they either can't find out whether the waiver applies to them, or they can't get the money they need to get rebooted, or it's not working at the moment. And what happened when people got it wrong is Rubio basically sacked a bunch of them. 60 of them, 60 USAID staff got sacked for theoretically violating this stop work, right? And so they were working when they shouldn't have been. And so people have seen that, which is why they're worried about with the waivers, right? So that's your problem there. They're all put on administrative leave. They weren't actually fired. They're put on administrative leave. You'll get used to that after a while. And Rubio's reaction, by the way, really sucked. It was, quote, "I issued a blanket waiver that said if this is life-saving programs, okay, if it's providing food or medicine or anything that's saving lives and is immediate and urgent, you're not included in the freeze. I don't know how much more clear we can be than that. And I would say if some organisation is receiving funds from the United States and does not know how to apply a waiver, then I have real questions about the competence of that organisation, or I wonder whether they're deliberately sabotaging it for purposes of making a political point." That really sucks.
I mean, it's
blaming them for your stupid waiver and the fact that you can't get it together to have a proper system where life-saving medications gets out there.
It is really good gaslighting.
It is. It's great gaslighting. It's right up there. I should have put this to Dave before he left. It might have been the first time he was impressed with Rubio. But anyway, so that was what happened at the beginning, and then in the middle of this sort of stew of dysfunction, the DOGE team turns up at the US Aid building. And that's your boys.
Yeah.
And they demanded access to every room and every floor. But two USAID security officials refused to give them access to what they call a SCIF, which is a sensitive, compartmented information facility. It's a room for highly classified information. Think of Get Smart with like the big dome. It's like that. Yeah, I know that's a reference that you're definitely going to get. Lucky, but
I saw the Steve Carell movie.
Do they have the dome?
They have the cone of silence.
Yeah, the cone of silence. That's the one. Yeah, there you go. Okay, good. All right, good. The two security guys wouldn't let them access to the SCIF. And so the DOGE guy said, well, we're just going to call the federal marshals on you. There was a bit of a standoff. And then they backed down, and then they were placed on administrative leave. Once again, lots of people get placed on administrative leave in this story. The DOGE guys then placed a gag order on all USAID employees, shut down their website, shut down their Twitter account, told USAID employees not to come to work anymore, and then they locked about 1,000 of them out of their accounts. Then the next day, the director of Employee and Labour Relations at USAID, Nicholas Gottlieb, wrote an email to the 60 employees who'd been put on administrative leave. Remember those ones for violating the stop work?
Yeah.
Yeah, he wrote an email to them saying that he had reviewed the materials that served as the purported basis for your placement in this status and found no evidence that you engaged in misconduct. So he decided to cancel their administrative leave status under his authority. That's nice, isn't it?
Yeah,
through due process, no problems. 2 hours later, he sends another email. DOGE instructed me to violate the due process of our employees by issuing immediate termination notices to a group of employees without due process. I was notified moments ago that I will be placed on administrative leave effective immediately. It's been an honour working with you all. And they just resign.
Gone
For trying to follow due process.
Last 2 hours of
2 hours.
Wow.
And then, of course, the 60 went back on administrative leave after that. So the rule of law appears to have been suspended in the bureaucracy because of your boys. And then
I don't like this constant association, but I'll take it for today.
And then a few days later, Musk announces on Twitter, of course, we spent the weekend feeding USAID into the wood chipper. He separately said on Twitter that Trump had given him the order to axe USAID. Quote, I went over it with him in detail and he agreed we should shut it down. And I actually checked with him a few times and said, are you sure? The answer was yes, he said, and so we're shutting it down. Rubio was then put in charge of the remnants of USAID, and now he says he only needs to keep 294 of their employees out of 14,000. And the rest are going to get sacked, apparently. And they've already taken the US Agency for International Development lettering outside the USAID headquarters. They've taken it down off the building already because they're just being dicks about it. So it's like there are court cases and stuff to fight this, but they're just taking the lettering down. So now it's just a building without a name.
Of what I know of Musk, that's what's really important to him.
Yeah.
Is what's on the side of the building.
Yes.
I'm also surprised that he didn't walk into the building carrying a wood chipper, because that feels like the type of visual gag he would totally love to do.
You know, you remember last week we talked about the fork in the road thing?
I do.
Yeah? Like it was exactly the same as the tweet. Yeah, I'm actually surprised. I mean, you're right about the wood chipper thing, but I'm actually, just from what he's done here, I'm surprised he didn't carry a sink.
Yeah,
just done literally exactly the same thing as he did with Twitter, because he just seems to just be reciting the classic hits. Like, you know, like during the main part of the PEP, I was saying how Trump just keeps on recycling the 80s. Like Elon Musk just keeps on recycling the mid 10s. Like so that's his.
The fact that I won't get into the meme economy of this, but I could.
There's plenty of time for you to do so. Just save it up. Okay, so at the same time, Doge moves into OPM. That's the Office of Personal Management. They've already been taken over by Musk Flax. So I've talked about them before. They're the guys who made that offer to all the federal employees for resignation. If they resign now for September, they can spend the next 8 months, they say, not working and just staying at home and just having a good time. They say. There's legal questions over that. Anyway, they were Musk Flax, and Doge came in and joined them, and they locked a bunch of career civil servants out of the federal employee database. When asked if this was true, Elon responded on Twitter with a winky face emoji. Isn't that cute? The database is called Enterprise Human Resources Integration, by the way. It contains your dates of birth, social security numbers, appraisals, home addresses, pay grades, length of service of government workers, whole bunch of things that under privacy laws, random people aren't supposed to be able to look at. Interesting. Anyway, they got in there. They could do whatever they liked. The Doge kids, they removed people if they wanted to. They could do whatever they wanted. One official said, "We have no visibility into what they're doing with the computer and data systems. That's creating great concern. There is no oversight. It creates real cybersecurity and hacking implications." At the same time that's happening, they also moved into the Treasury building. David Lebrick, who is the Treasury's longest-serving career official, refuses to give Doge access to the Treasury payment systems. I bet you can guess where this is going.
Yeah. Someone's going to be put on administratively.
No, I don't.
Did I bet you to it?
I don't give you any spoilers. Don't give me spoilers. Just wait. Anything could happen. These payment systems control $6 trillion worth of transactions, including Social Security and Medicare benefits, federal salaries, payments to government contractors, grants, tax refunds. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent gives Doge full access to the system, i.e., not just read access, write access. They can write code into it as well as read it and do whatever they like to this system. Lebrick is put on administrative leave.
Oh,
you
sorry.
picked it.
No.
How you're so good at this.
Thank you. Yeah, it's called the rule of three.
And then he resigns. It's not even clear why the Doge guys wanted access to the system. If they're trying to identify waste, they can just look at budgets. You don't need to be looking at the original records. But the Doge guys get direct access to the system, and there was some concern at this point that Musk was repeating what he did at Twitter when he just stopped paying people to do things and dared them to sue him. They thought maybe that's what he's going to do here. He's just going to just stop paying people and just see what happens. That wouldn't be great if he did that at the federal government level. But we don't know. We still don't know what's happening in the Treasury building. But at the same time, they moved to the GSA, the General Services Administration, where they have apparently begun terminating leases to buildings. Okay, so that is what has happened so far with Doge, right? Just a super summary. The next question is the first part about just clearing out USAID and getting Marco Rubio to take over the remnants with like 200 employees or whatever. Is that a good idea? Is it a good idea from policy to just shaft USAID? Does USAID need to go? Now, Musk clearly has decided he wants to cut USAID completely. He's giving stupid reasons for it as well. Like, did you know that USAID, using your tax dollars, funded bioweapon research, including COVID-19, that killed millions of people? Did you know that USAID was responsible for COVID?
I didn't. This is the first I'm hearing of that. Yeah.
You see, you learned so much on PEP.
Thanks, Musk.
And on Twitter. For those who are really gullible, it's far from clear that COVID came from a lab. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. The jury's out. We may never know. It's certainly possible. There's lots of evidence that it came from a lab, and there's lots of evidence that it didn't. It's not clear. If it did come from a lab, it's also far from clear that it came from EcoHealth Alliance, which is a group that was messing around with gain of function research. Gain of function research is when you try and make viruses like coronaviruses stronger to try and predict what the next virus will be.
Oh, cool.
So you then come up with a vaccine for it before it even evolves. Trying to work out where it's going.
Sure.
Anticipate, cut off at the pass, and then no one needs to die. As soon as it starts, bang, vaccine's ready.
Sorted.
That's what gain of function research is. The reason why people don't like it, those who don't like it, the reason they don't like it is because they're worried about the risks that you're going to release that virus accidentally.
Yeah.
And then you will cause the next virus just from your research.
So you can see why Musk's used that as the scapegoat.
Yeah, well, look. There's a segment on the right that's convinced that COVID came from gain of function research at Wuhan, and Fauci was the one who funded it. They say, like that's why they hate Fauci. Okay, and it just so happened that USAID gave some funding to the same characters, EcoHealth, that Fauci did some funding for. So what I put to you then is that you probably shouldn't blame the group that was simply donating money to a group that they were led to believe were trying to find a vaccine to future pandemics. That sounds like a good thing to invest in.
Yeah.
They're not scientists. They wouldn't have known about gain of function.
No.
All they knew about,
they would have known a degree, but yeah.
Maybe, but what they would have known is that the NIH is investing in this group of people. They're probably a good group of people to invest in. There's probably a good cause.
Yeah.
That's what they would have known. And that's assuming that EcoHealth was responsible, which is such a big if. like if it was in the lab, if it was because of gain of function, and if the gain of function group were EcoHealth Alliance, because other people are doing gain of function research as well. So there's 3 levels of if there. I mean, this is the Kevin Bacon of conspiracies, and you're blaming the fourth bacon removed in USA. That's not fair.
But it is basic conspiracy logic to believe the 4th level of if.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It is.
It's the 5th level.
So the 5th level.
Where you start asking questions.
It is. So why? Okay, so Elon Musk has decided that USAID is responsible for COVID-19 and many other things. Why does he hate USAID so much? There is a guy called Mike Benz who's been doing the rounds of the conspiratorial right for a few years now. He hates USAID. And he could be right, or he could be a crank. It's hard to know. He seems convincing when you see him, but maybe he's just full of shit and just knows how to talk. Either way, Elon has made up his mind, like he often does from shit he saw on Twitter. And so he's just decided USAID sucks. So this is what he said, Elon Musk. As we dug into USAID, it became apparent that what we have here is not an apple with a worm in it, but we have actually just a ball of worms. If you have an apple with a worm in it, you can take the worm out. If you have a whole ball of worms, it's hopeless. USAID is a ball of worms. There's no apple. That's why it's got to go. It's beyond repair. He's really liked that analogy, didn't he?
He did.
To explain it.
It reminds me a lot of a joke that passed around primary school a lot, which was, what's worse than finding a worm in your apple?
What's that?
Finding half a worm in your apple. Yeah. What's worse than finding half a worm in your apple?
What's that?
USAID.
That was a joke?
No. The actual joke was you'd say something totally messed up. I imagine this is the joke that Elon's passing around with the Doge pups.
Maybe that was the joke. And the Doge pups are the ones who came up with it. Because they definitely have a hankering to get USAID as well.
At a high level of comedic ability.
By the way, how could you possibly tell if it's a ball of worms by tooling around in the money? Like the transactions. You can see what the transactions are. You can see where the money came from. You can see where the money went to. You can't see if those transactions are worthwhile. You can't see if the causes are bullshit. How can you possibly know that by going through accountancy records, ledgers? You can't. Like, it's just such a fraud that they decided this was worthless. This organization was entirely worthless from top to bottom from going through records. That's just bullshit. Anyway, they made up their mind beforehand. They're just trying to launder their prejudgment. That's what I reckon. The White House has also been running a campaign against it, suggesting that that USAID just funds stupid stuff like
$1.5 million to advance DEI in Serbia's workplaces, $70,000 for a production of a DEI musical in Ireland, $47,000 for a transgender opera in Colombia, $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. I don't know about you, but as an American taxpayer, I don't want my dollars going towards this crap, and I know the American people don't either, and that's exactly what Elon Musk has been tasked by President Trump to do.
Okay, can I make a suggestion? If you don't want your dollars going to that crap, when you hold Congress and the presidency, you should just defund those programs.
You're really not a fan of DEI musicals in Ireland.
Yeah, there is a path you can follow.
Yeah.
You don't need to close down the agency.
Or go to Ireland.
Yeah, go watch a musical. The White House is running that kind of line. And look, to be fair, USA does have a history of being involved in some dodgy activity, like trying to overthrow governments. And there has been transparency issues. There was an example of Cuban Twitter 15 years ago where it was a program actually earmarked for Pakistan when it was actually for Cuba. And they were trying to set up a space for the Cuban resistance to gather and build networks and hopefully trigger political demonstrations. What it actually did was show the Cuban government where all their opposition was so they could harass them and repress them.
Jeez.
But leaving that aside, it wasn't successful. But it's just an example of how USAID was trying to help overthrow the government there.
Right.
And there was a WikiLeaks cable in 2013 that USAID was part of the US strategy for undermining Hugo Chavez's government in Venezuela. Look, they also fund a lot of NGOs who may be using development and human rights as a pretext for a political agenda. Yeah. But let's face it, that political agenda is often going to be in America's interests. It's not just left-wingers doing this, it's right-wingers as well. USAID grew up in the shadow of the Cold War when aid was used partly as a propaganda purpose for the West against Russia. And now the West is locked in competition with China, doing the same things. And China's doing the same thing as well, like the Belt and Road Initiative. That's just USAID, basically. They're both doing the same thing, trying to win the favor of countries through aid and donations. Killing USAID is a massive gift to China because it takes away their competition. Anyway, note also, by the way, the far left, they hate USAID.
Oh, really?
They've hated them for a long time. They hated them before it was cool.
Because it's not woke enough.
Well, because no, definitely not.
Oh.
Because they like the regimes that USAID tries to overturn. Like the far left, likes Hugo Chavez. You know, they like the Cuban regime, and so they weren't thrilled with
these things being overthrown.
Yeah,
no.
like it's Oh yeah, Jacobin magazine. They're cheering the end of USAID. They love it.
But that's just horseshoe, isn't it?
Oh, I mean, there's certainly a lot of horseshoe there where the far left meets the far right. But I'm just saying, the far left part of that horseshoe has been there for decades. That's all I'm saying.
It's a very old horseshoe. Yes, sure, of course.
Despite Elon Musk saying that USAID was a radical left political psyop. Thanks, Elon. But also, at the same time, USAID has lots of really good stuff. It's got PEPFAR, which is the HIV program in Africa. It's got
I thought that was another spin-off of yours.
That
Coming soon.
There is look, I need another side hustle. I need a side hustle, Lucky. So because 2 TV shows and a podcast just isn't enough for Chaz. So yeah, I'll work on that one. Malarial program, the anti-malarial program. That's a good program. They were talking 37 million nets, 48 million anti-malarial pills. The clean water program, good program. Fighting Ebola, fighting Marburg virus, which is even worse. Just those programs alone would have saved millions of lives. Well, they do save millions of lives. The US also contributes $4 out of every $10 committed to humanitarian relief in crises, full stop, around the world. All of this is because of USAID. So it does good stuff. But then there's Twitter, and they've got a clip going around, and Elon loves this clip. So let me play it to you and then talk about it.
It's actually less than 10% of our foreign assistance dollars flowing through USAID is actually reaching those communities.
So less than 10% of USAID money goes to real charity. That's concerning, and that's been all over Twitter. However, surprise, surprise, another spoiler for you.
They went into administrative leave.
The whole of Twitter is now on administrative leave. It's extremely misleading, that stat. A January 2024 report found about 12% of all USAID funding goes directly to local organisations in foreign countries, including non-governmental, private sector and government partners for charitable purposes.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the funding, though, is distributed through international organisations and companies, and then those organisations spend it on food and medicine and other assistance in developing countries. They pass it to organisations based in those countries and so forth. So that doesn't mean some of that money isn't wasted. I mean, some of it I'm sure is wasted, but it just means the 10% figure is bullshit. It's a lot more than 12% that goes eventually to help someone. We don't know the exact number, but it's reasonable sized. Okay, so my question to you, I'll play Rubio's take on all that.
They have basically evolved into an agency that believes that they're not even a U.S. government agency, that they are a global charity, that they take the taxpayer money and they spend it as a global charity, irrespective of whether it is in the national interest or not in the national interest. One of the most common complaints you will get if you go to embassies around the world from State Department officials and ambassadors and the like is USAID is not only not cooperative, they undermine the work that we're doing in that country. They are supporting programs that upset the host government for whom we're trying to work with on a broader scale and so forth. So they're completely unresponsive. They just don't consider that they work for the U.S. They just think they're a global entity and that their master is the globe and not the United States. And that's not what the statute says, and that's not sustainable.
Can it be reformed, or does it need to die?
Well, that was always the goal, was to reform it. But now we have rank insubordination. Now we have basically an active effort where their basic attitude is, we don't work for anyone, we work for ourselves. No agency of government can tell us what to do.
Also, he said, in many cases, USAID is involved in programs that run counter to what we're trying to do in our national strategy with that country or with that region. Okay, so my question then is, why not just do an audit and close the necessary programs? And if they ignore you, or if they're non-responsive, then you sack them because you're the new USAID administrator, Marco. You're the boss now. So you can sack anyone you like. So why don't you actually just try and reform them rather than go, I just don't like the way they've gone. You're the boss, buddy. You're the boss. Yeah, I don't know if you're Tony Danza or Judith Light, but you are the boss. That's another reference. Just don't bother. There was a time, when Rubio was an enthusiastic champion of USA.
Oh.
Just 3 years ago, that time was. That time was 2022, when he wrote a letter to Biden suggesting they increase USAID funding as a tool to counter China's expanding global influence. And look, if he's changed his mind, that's fine. But reform it. You're in charge now. So my view is that USAID does lots of good stuff, lots of terrible stuff. Get rid of the terrible stuff. Leave the good stuff.
That's too complex for me.
Next part. Are DOGE's actions legitimate? What they're doing with USAID, what they're doing with the other departments. Part of the problem is we don't actually know what they're doing in there. There's a distinct lack of transparency, which I assume is intentional when you look at how DOGE was set up, which, if you recall, the whole organization was set up to allow a lack of transparency. They shifted the US Digital Service from the OMB to the Office of Management Budget to the Executive Office of the President, and then they renamed it the US DOGE Service. They removed it from being under the Freedom of Information Act, and they placed it under the Presidential Records Act, which meant that communications and information could be kept secret from Congress and from the public. They did that on purpose. They also made it a temporary organization that sunsets in July 2026, so that exempts it from the Anti-Deficiency Act, which allows them to hire individuals for any length of time and compensation. So they can get pretty much anyone in there according to their structure. But what are they doing? What's the point of DOGE? That same executive order declared the formation of DOGE to be the USDS administrator shall commence a software modernization initiative to improve the quality and efficiency of government-wide software, network infrastructure, and IT systems. And that, amongst other things, the USDS administrator shall work with agency heads to promote interoperability between agency networks and systems, ensure data integrity, and facilitate responsible data collection and synchronization. Blah, 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 blah. Do you think they're doing any of that? Blah, 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 synchronization. I know that's not what they're doing. Actually, you know what? I don't. We don't know anything. Maybe they are locked inside the Treasury Department at the moment, going through the computer records, trying to synchronize them. Maybe that's what they're doing. We don't know. No one's telling us shit. All we're getting are leaks. That's it. There are no official statements about anything. We're getting leaks from the newspapers, and we're getting Elon Musk tweeting at 4 a.m. as if he's on some drug, and he's saying stuff that sounds bullshit. That's our two sources of information. Are they even making cuts? We don't know that. The Wall Street Journal said that DOGE representatives won't have direct authority to stop individual payments or make other changes, describing their access as read-only. That's what the Wall Street Journal said. So they're saying all they can do is read. They're not making cuts. They're just reading the budget items. Bissett approved the arrangement on the condition, he says, that the DOGE representatives' activity be documented and monitored. DOGE representatives intend to review the overall efficiency of the payment system. Okay? If that's the case, that's great. Then I've got no problems. Fine. But then a court found that they did not have read-only access. So that's not true. There's a lot of confusion going on here. Confusion is a euphemism for lying. We don't actually know what they're doing. One day we heard that the government payments had actually been blocked. But the same day, Elon tweeted out, we heard that no government payments had been blocked. But the same day, Elon tweeted out, DOGE is saving the federal government approximately $1 billion a day, mostly from stopping the hiring of people into unnecessary positions. deletion of DEI, and stopping improper payments to foreign organisations, all consistent with the president's executive orders. A good start, though this number needs to increase to more than $3 billion a day. Well, are you cutting or are you not? We just don't know. If you are cutting, where's the list of cuts? That seems like a very important thing to note. At the very least, they should be open about what they're doing, whatever it is. The info is nowhere, and that's part of what's most disturbing. If they make a mistake, how can it be undone if you don't know what they did? That's even if they have the best of intentions. But what if they don't have the best of intentions? We're about to see some pretty good examples. How can there be any legal scrutiny of them, which there has to be, which I say there definitely needs to be, if we don't know what they've done? In particular, there's one document I'm going to read you, not the whole lot, but a lot of it, which suggests that everything's fine. So just to be fair here, this is what, what's his name? Jonathan Bloom at the Office of Legislative Affairs has to say. Currently, Treasury staff members working with Tom Krause, a Treasury employee, will have read-only access to the coded data of the fiscal services payment systems. That's a $6 trillion plan. In order to continue this operational efficiency assessment. This is similar to the kind of access that Treasury provides to individuals reviewing Treasury systems, such as auditors, and that follows practices associated with protecting the integrity of the systems and business processes. Mr. Krause is conducting this effort in coordination with veteran career Treasury officials, and all operational processes continue to be conducted only by career Treasury staff in accordance with all standard security, safety, and privacy standards. Mr. Krause is a long-time technology executive. His decades of experience in building companies and managing balance sheets as a chief financial officer are of great benefit to this review. In order to allow him to perform this function, he's been hired as an expert consultant by the federal government, designated in a role commonly used across administrations, a special government employee pursuant to applicable law. This role involves a hiring process that includes a review of a candidate's credentials and background and demands the same ethical standards of privacy, confidentiality, conflicts of interest assessment, and professionalism of other government employees. These assessments are conducted by career, legal, and ethics officials. Mr. Krause is subject to the same security obligations and ethical requirements, including a top secret security clearance. So that suggests they're just following standard procedure with standard security clearance, standard authorities. Everything's just normal. Mr. Krause, Tom Krause, is a very qualified individual. He's not just some 20-something. He's a very serious individual, and this whole process is above board. I read you a lengthy excerpt then because I wanted to be fair. That's what they're saying. But if what he's doing is so above the board and in keeping with what was happening before, then why all the secrecy? If what he's doing is so above board and in keeping with what was happening before, why is Musk saying on Twitter several times a night that they're making cuts? Why can no one identify what this process is that Krause is supposedly continuing with? Just saying it's a standard process. Well, what is it? Tell us. Why did Lydek, the most senior Treasury official, freak out when it started if it's just so standard? And why did they get rid of him? Why did he go straight to administrative leave? If it's just standard, why? Why are they in the code in the first place? Because there's no standard procedure that involves going through the code of a payment system. I reckon we need some serious verification for these claims. I don't believe them.
Well, we're never going to get those either.
That's part of the problem. And just to be clear, by the way, if the government did tighten their belts, I'd be thrilled. I'm right at the front of the queue going, hey, cut $10 billion out of US aid. Go for it. Like anything that sucks, cut it. The deficit's way too big. I'm extremely worried about deficit and debt. I'd love to see DOGE go through the budget just like Al Gore did back in 1993. A lot of people don't know that Al Gore, this is how he made his name for himself as vice president. He He did an efficiency review. He made 1,200 recommendations that, if implemented, could save the government $235 billion in 2024 dollars. It's a lot of dollars. In the end, the government did cut their workforce from 3.09 million to 2.75 million. So it's more than 300,000 they cut between 1993 and 2000 from Al Gore's cuts. So that's success. But you got to do it legally. You got to do it legally. What authority does Elon Musk have? The guy's been speaking on behalf of the administration day and night about things that have happened, things that will happen, he says. He hasn't been confirmed to jack shit yet. Like, he hasn't been confirmed for any role. He doesn't even have a proper appointment. They say he's a special government employee. Let's see the record of that. Has he signed the ethics agreements that you're supposed to do legally? Has he made the disclosures that you're legally supposed to do before you start messing around with classified information and things like this? Is he maintaining public records of his activities like you're legally meant to when you're doing this stuff? He's just a special government employee. That just allows him to be in the building. That's it. That's it. He seems to be running the whole government right now with zero oversight or accountability. Does he even understand how the government works? After they took over the Treasury, Elon tweeted, the DOGE team discovered, amongst other things, that payment approval officers at Treasury were instructed always to approve payments, even to known fraudulent or terrorist groups. They literally never denied a payment in their entire career, not even once. Dude, that's not their job. Other people are supposed to be vetting these payments, like making sure they're legit, making sure they're good organizations. These guys are just processing the transactions. That's it. They're not supposed to deny it. Like, it's concerning that you think they should be, because that means you're going to be policing their transactions, and that's not your job either, champ. It's like the Bureau is spending the money that Congress has approved. That's what they're there to do. There's also obvious conflicts of interest. Elon Musk, his companies are contractors for tens of billions of dollars from the government. But don't worry, Elon, he's got a solution here, Lucky.
Airtight, I'm sure.
Elon Musk is currently a, quote, special government employee who also owns companies that have billions of dollars in federal contracts. You said earlier this week that he has abided by all applicable federal laws, but what steps is the Trump administration taking to address that conflict of interest?
The president was already asked and answered this question this week, and he said if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that DOGE is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts.
There you go.
When I said airtight, I meant airtight like a submarine in a Malaysian cave.
Very good. Yeah, Elon's going to take care of it. And not to put too fine a point on it here, I don't want to conspiracy monger. So let me just say, there is no proof for what I'm about to say.
Okay.
And that is that Elon has an interesting relationship with China.
Oh, you're going here. Okay.
I'm going here.
Sure.
I'm going here. No one benefits more from US aid being shuttered than China does. They're the ones who benefit the most. And Tesla has done very well in China. Very well. They have one massive factory that accounts for half of Tesla's global sales. Half. Elon wouldn't be wanting to piss off China. They've got another big factory about to open in China. They also have some very generous tax and loan rates from Chinese banks. They also made a nice deal with Baidu to advance Elon's self-driving cars navigation. Oh, did I mention the self-driving car? That is supposed to debut in China this quarter, pending regulatory approval. So he's doing very well over there in China, and he hopes to do even better. He also, coincidentally, seems to have a very dismissive view towards Taiwan. I could run through the quotes, but there are many of them, and this is going long enough. But just trust me, he has a unique view on Taiwan. Some might say slightly doesn't take it quite as seriously as other people do. He compared Taiwan at one point in time to like Hawaii with America. Interesting. And remember, the Chinese wouldn't even consider selling TikTok until there were rumors that Musk would buy it. And then they were like, yeah, he can buy it. Yeah, Musk can buy it. No problems. They didn't mind then. Now, I emphasize there's not even evidence. This is just supposition.
I'm counting how many levels of if we're working with here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, see if we get to the fifth one. I'm not in any way suggesting that he is actually compromised by China. What I'm saying is that when there is a circumstance where someone could suspect you of being being compromised, that's when ethics forms are important and security checks are important and disclosure forms are important and leaving a trail of a record of your transactions and moves is important. And just following the book is important. All things that Elon is just not doing. And so, again, I'm not bringing up the Chinese thing to go, oh, yeah, he's just a puppet. I'm saying this is exactly a situation when you should keep your nose clean, and they are doing the direct opposite. Admittedly, they're clearly doing this with the president's blessings. Trump ran explicitly on making budget cuts with Elon and Doge, explicitly. But what they're doing, the president couldn't do either. The president does not have the power to do this. Like if the president was saying, I've got the power to, I don't know, open a flower ceremony. Elon, why don't you and the Doge kids go and open some kind of floral ceremony for me and step in my place? You go, cool, no worries. The president's delegated you. That's in his power to delegate. It is his power to open the floral ceremony. Enjoy yourself. But in this case, he's saying, this thing which is illegal for me to do, I give you permission to do instead. No, it doesn't work like that. What do I mean by saying it's illegal? All the money they're cutting is being appropriated by Congress. That's Congress's job. Remember last week we told you about the Impoundment Act, how the president isn't just allowed to just decide what money he's going to spend when the Congress has appropriated that money. That's what these guys are doing. They're deciding what gets spent and what doesn't get spent. They're making cuts. We think. We don't know. We think. He 100% doesn't have the power to shut agencies down like USAID that were established by Congress. USAID was established in 1998. So he can't just shut it down like that without Congress having a say. There's a big question here about whether Trump is staging this crisis to go to court in the hope that the Supreme Court gives him the power. That may be what's going on here. Maybe they're blatantly breaking the law in order to overturn the law. Maybe. We'll see. This is going to the Supreme Court. Either way, the president does not have this authority at this point in time. Interestingly, Republicans in Congress don't really seem to care. Rick Scott said of Musk, he's doing exactly what he should be doing. He's going through every agency and looking at how to make sure the money's spent right. But isn't that explicitly the role of Congress, he was asked? It doesn't look like Congress is doing their job, he said. Tom Tillis acknowledged what Musk was doing is unconstitutional, but, quote, nobody should bellyache about that. That runs afoul of the Constitution in the strictest sense, but it's not uncommon for presidents to flex a little bit on where they can spend and where they can stop spending. And then we got Mike Johnson, who is just, oh, God, such a simp. There's Mike Johnson.
You know me. I'm a fierce advocate and defender of Article 1. I mean, look, we are the legislative branch. There's a reason the Founding Fathers put the Congress, the legislative branch, as the first article in the Constitution, and we're going to vigorously defend that. But what's happening right now, I think there's a gross overreaction in the media to what is happening. The executive branch of government in our system has the right to evaluate how executive branch agencies are operating and to ensure that not only the intent of Congress in funding mechanisms, but also the stewardship of precious American taxpayer dollars is being handled well. That's what they're doing by putting a pause on some of these agencies and by evaluating them, by doing these internal audits. That is a long overdue, much welcome development.
If only they were just doing internal audits, I'd be just like, I'd be hosannaing them. I'd be hailing them. I'd be worshipping them. They absolutely need to do internal audits in the budget. There's way too much fat. They absolutely should do that, but that is not what's happening.
Am I correct in saying that with the examples of Scott and Tillerson, Johnson, that the situation going on is, if only someone in Congress could do something, said 3 people from Congress who could do something.
Yes.
Is that not what's going on?
That is exactly what's going on.
Good.
The problem essentially is that Musk seems to spend his entire life not learning the lesson of Chesterton's defense. And that's not a pop culture reference from 1927. That is that's a reference in itself. That is this is a principle created by G.K. Chesterton, although from about that era. It basically, do not remove a fence until you know why it was put up in the first place. Sensible advice.
Especially if they're electric.
Yes.
And still turned on.
Yes. But Musk is so arrogant and so immune from consequences that he just does it routinely. And when you do that at the government level, really bad shit can happen. When you start taking up fences and you don't know why they're there. And also, as a little side, none of this reduces long-term spending. Cutting $20 billion from USAID the same year that Trump is looking to add trillions of dollars in tax cuts, it's not going to cut it. I've talked about this before. If you want to cut deficits, you start with Social Security and Medicare. Then you move to Medicaid, and then you move to defense. These are all programs that I care a lot about. But that's where the money is. If you want to start cutting, that's where you start cutting. I'm sorry. You just have to cut there because the money isn't anywhere else. At the end of the day, DOGE might, if they're lucky, they might chuck an Al Gore and they might save $250 billion. And that's just going to get, that's going to be disappeared with a click of a tax cut. So that's not going to, that is not actually going to achieve anything. What they're doing is they're coming with targets that they can politicize. That's what they're doing. They're basically getting the Democrats. They think the Democrats are relying on USAID for funding for all their pet causes, and they're trying to get rid of the USAID to get the Democrats. That's what's happening. Which is the reason, by the way, why Elon Musk, when you look at his fever-driven sort of maniacal tweets at 3 a.m. and 4 a.m., he's never talking about dollars. He's talking about Democrats. He's talking about programs that they're going to hurt the Democrats and programs that I can't believe Democrats did this and the Democrats are going to do that. He's not talking about like sort of, green, like those. He's not talking, he's not like one of those accountants with one of those green card hats just typing away in an any machine. No, he's obsessed with evening up the score, of fighting culture wars. That's what he's into, and that's what this is. One more thing. All this administrative leave we've been talking about, that may not be legal because administrative leave, there's supposed to be a 10-day limit on it. And they're just giving everyone administrative leave, right, for as long as they like. Like just random people, you get it. It's like Oprah with cars. You get administrative leave. You get administrative leave. And it's one thing to be examining records and turning savings. Well, since when did these guys get the right to fire everyone? Like it's like they're completely destroying all protections and rules that the staff have. So there's that as well. Okay, so what I'm saying is that while we don't know what's going on, I have reason to believe that DOGE's actions are not legit. That is what I'm saying.
Slight reason, yes.
Yeah. Who are these guys though? Because we know what we know. Well, no, we don't even know. We don't know anything. We've been leaked what they're supposedly doing, but who are they? We don't know that either because no list of them has been released. They haven't received any Senate confirmation or security clearance. Congress has no ability to intervene or monitor any of them because these guys aren't accountable to Congress in any way. Even though this is all clearly a congressional power that they are usurping to approve or disapprove of spending, Congress has no idea how they're using their own congressional power. Early on, they weren't even revealing their last names.
Oh.
They're just using first names and that's it. When they were talking around other people, they just wouldn't use each other's last names. They're trying to keep their identity secret.
They use each other's gamer tags? Probably.
They probably do, you know. They probably do.
Oh, that's so lame.
We just know, all we know is that 6 of them are between the ages of 19 and 24.
I'm 24.
Ah, there you go.
25 in a month.
One literally just graduated from high school, literally. And he has it written down as his experience, camp counselor. But look, yeah, maybe they're all doogie houses. Maybe they're all boy geniuses. You know what? I don't care about their age. I care about their lack of transparency, authority, and accountability. That's what I care about. We know one of them is this guy called Tom Krause, who's older, who's in his 40s, I think.
Okay.
And he's received a top secret security clearance. We know that. Good. That's a good start.
We do actually know how he got in. He signed a Kraustian pact.
Sorry, this is a standing ovation.
I feel like I come in here and I just ruin all of your momentum with
No,
puns.
no. Kraustian fact. I love it. I love it. The Peppers love it too, I can tell. Okay. Why would we trust any of these people? Musk seems to be taking suggestions from Twitter for a start. For example, Mike Flynn tweeted Musk a list of charity services that had the word Lutheran in them and declared them as money laundering services. Elon didn't question that at all. He just responded, the DOGE team is rapidly shutting down these illegal payments. So is that just a general statement? Or was it specific to the ones Mike Flynn was mentioning? Because if it was specifically saying, yeah, you're right, they must be criminal. Let's get rid of them. We're getting rid of them right now. That would be scary stuff. Because this is just, Mike Flynn is just raving.
Jeez.
By the way, some of them have been confirmed as legitimate charities as well. Like, been confirmed.
Just gone.
Like 100%. We don't know if they're gone or not.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's the thing. He said he was deleting them. We don't know. What kind of process is this? We only know anything about 2 of these guys. So let me tell you about them. One is a guy called Marco Eles, who's 25.
I've still got time.
I don't think you have time. I don't think you have time because you need to, before your 25th birthday, develop a massive case of racism. I think it's too late for you. But we know that Marco...
If the internet's taught me anything, it's that that's not as hard as a goal as you want it to be.
You're right,
but I'm not going to take you up on that challenge.
There probably is still time for you.
So he's got a bunch of racist stuff on Twitter.
A bunch of racist stuff on Twitter, on an anonymous account. Okay, now, this is not new. People write racist stuff on Twitter when they're a kid, screwing around, whatever. How old do you reckon he was when he wrote all this stuff?
Oh, that's fun. I'm gonna put it at 23, and I'm gonna say he stopped for 1 year.
Yeah, the last one was 2 months ago. In July 2024, he wrote, "Just for the record, I was racist before it was cool." In September 2024, he wrote, "You could not pay me to marry outside of my ethnicity." And he also wrote, "Normalize Indian hate." And then in December 2024, he pushed for repealing the Civil Rights Act and shared, "I just want a eugenic immigration policy. Is that too much to ask?" So when all that came out, he resigned. Then Elon Musk went on Twitter and asked, "Bring back Doge staffer who made inappropriate statements via a now deleted pseudonym? Yes or no?" And there was a poll.
Oh, he did one of the polls again.
Did one of the polls,
Oh.
which are obviously rigged. How do you expect Musk fans on Twitter, of all people, to respond to that question?
Yeah.
Not that it matters because, you know, Musk in the past has shown that when a poll goes against him, he ignores it. Remember that poll asking if he should...
Should I step down as CEO?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Just ignored it. So don't give me your Colosseum thumbs up, thumbs down crap, Elon. I know they're rigged. You end up getting 78% yes in this poll. JD Vance had his say as well. Here's my view. I obviously disagree with some of Elez's posts, but I don't think stupid social media activity should ruin a kid's life. We shouldn't reward journalists who try to destroy people. ever. So I say bring him back. If he's a bad dude or a terrible member of the team, fire him for that. And Musk replied, he will be brought back. To err is human, to forgive divine. Oh, aren't you divine, Elon? Aren't you divine? That if I was going to come up with an adjective for Elon Musk, divine would be the adjective. Like you're a cool kid. You're almost 25.
I was watching Chaser segments when I was 12. I don't know if that makes me cool.
That doesn't get cooler than that. I ask you, is it too much to ask that they don't call a 25-year-old a kid?
Oh, yeah. No, I don't. I see. Yeah, no, it's annoying. I don't like that.
It's
as
like,
someone who still gets called a Chaser boy when he's 47.
Yeah, it's annoying.
It's annoying.
It's annoying. It's and like this kid isn't just 25, but he was doing the tweeting when he was 25 or maybe 24, both. And as for forgiving kids who do something wrong, just last week, Trump issued an executive order that aims to deport all foreign students who took part in the pro-Palestinian protest last year. Every single one of them.
But they're just kids.
Apparently not. Apparently they're not kids. They get deported. But people who are 5 years older than them, when they start an anonymous account on Twitter to spread race hate, come on. Like, if you're older than 12 and you do that is so pathetic. I mean, look, I'm not saying if you're the 12-year-old doing it, that's great. But I'm just saying that's the kind of thing little kids do, not 25-year-olds. Anyway, I'm not sure how much growing up the kid has done in the last 2 months, but it better have been a hell of a lot of growing, Lucky, because they now trust him with the awesome responsibility of having complete control over $6 trillion of transactions. So this is the thing for me, because he's the guy he's in the treasury.
Far out.
He's the guy who's in the treasury.
Cool.
Right?
Great.
So that from my perspective, I actually agree. If JD Vance was saying that about an actual kid or someone who tweeted when they're an actual kid, I would have agreed with him.
Yeah, of course.
Like, I don't think you should ruin people's lives for some ancient tweet, even if it's incredibly offensive. I don't think you should. But that's bullshit in this case. And we're not even ruining his life. No one's saying you should jail him. No one's saying that you should cancel him from some just standard job. What they're saying is he shouldn't be given the most awesome responsibilities in the world. That's what they're saying. That's not cancelling. That's just not giving him a massive promotion. That's what that's doing. These are the guys who are calling for merit hires, who've got racist boy who's in charge of the Treasury.
Well, and I assume the camp counselor is about to become a flight traffic controller.
We're going to get to him.
Oh, cool.
We're going to get to him. He's the other one. Because the thing is, this guy hasn't been given a kid's job. So if he's a kid, don't give him a kid's job. He's been given a real adult's job. And by the way, this job is particularly about judgment.
Oh, yeah.
That's the concern. The concern is we have to trust him with the entire government. And so we need to trust him that he's extra reliable, has extra solid judgment, has
who's going to speak better and have better judgment on what all diverse Americans should do than someone who 2 months ago tweeted out normalize Indian hate. Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's true, but that's not even my point. My point is just simply this very special person that we want for this role is the same person who's being infantilized by JD Vance for things he wrote 2 months ago. Like, it's just, and then they turn around and talk about merit.
Well, the infantilization is just a basic spin, right?
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, just get him out of trouble.
And by the way, being cowardly and immoral enough to set up a dummy account so you can spread race hate does not suggest to me he has the right stuff either. Like, leaving aside what he said, the fact it's a dummy account as well is just, anyway.
It's an acknowledgement that I shouldn't be doing this.
Yeah, and Elon as well proves he doesn't have the judgment for his responsibility either with these actions.
Oh, and his anonymous accounts.
Well, I'm not even saying that. I'm sure he's gone, but no. I'm just saying that he's shown that he feels that he and his team are beyond accountability. That's what he's shown. He's shown that he knows that when you are in his position right now, he knows that you are expecting, that you're scared, that lots of people out there are scared and are nervous, and they want to be reassured that this person has their back, cares about doing the right thing. And he's turned around to those people and said, yeah, fuck you, I don't care what you think. He knows Democrats don't want this guy there. And he said, I don't care. I don't care what you think because I'm winning. That's exactly the wrong character to have in this environment. Like, they've got to be seen to be moral and not just be moral, even if he is doing the right thing. It's just crushing people's confidence in what's happening. But like I said, Elon thinks it's about culture war, and that's what he enjoys. He couldn't give a toss about actual budget cutting, obviously. Once again, not the dollars, it's the Democrats, and this gets the Democrats. By the way, amazingly, those were only the second worst set of tweets this week from a Trump appointee. Because there's a guy, Darren Beattie.
Kanye's not appointed by the Trump, is he?
His tear has been fantastic. Darren Beattie, who just got a job at the State Department. And by the way, who isn't 25, he's like 40-something. He tweeted on his own account in October 2024.
He's not a kid now. He's tweeting with his own big boy account.
Absolutely.
Sure.
October 2024, he tweeted this.
Oh, no, I'm reading ahead. Oh, no.
Yeah. Competent white men must be in charge if you want things to work. Unfortunately, our entire national ideology is predicated on coddling the feelings of women and minorities and demoralized competent white men. Anyway, so this Eles guy isn't on his own, I guess.
Well, it's just outright. Like, it's not even hidden. It's not this whole thing about, democracy dies in darkness. It is bright. The lights are on.
These guys' tweets are pretty fucking far from democracy dies in darkness.
Yeah. No, we've lost it.
Yeah.
Well, so of course everyone becomes cynical. Jeez.
So if you want to know what's happened to Eles, the tweeter, he is now living without consequence. He's back at the gig knowing that he's pretty much immune. But he hasn't apologized, by the way, to anyone that we know of.
Well, yeah, because he's done it on his extra anonymous account.
Yes. Yeah. No, he went onto the super anonymous account to apologize. You'd think he'd at very least acknowledge his error. No error. It's fine. No apologies.
I think to assume that he would do that gives much to faith in the way that these people act.
Once again, I'm just saying, if he's in a role of responsibility.
Yeah.
While he's okay, the person who wrote the news story about him.
Are you serious?
Catherine Long. Yeah, she's not doing so well. She's getting harassed aplenty from the MAGA types, from Elon Musk. Remember to forgive is divine?
I was literally pull up that tweet again. To forgive is divine?
Yeah. They're not being divine to her. Right? Someone noticed that she worked on a US aid program before she was a journo.
Oh no, she's screwed.
And Musk declared she should be fired immediately. That's Mr. Free Speech Absolutist talking there. Mr. To forgive is divine talking. She should be fired immediately.
Okay, but to be divine is also to know when you need to have proper judgment. So he's continuing his godhood is not to be questioned.
I wish he'd put up a poll. Just
Am
imagine.
I God?
No, a poll of whether she should be sacked or not.
Yeah.
Because I love would have seen the converse poll, the result. It would be hilarious. Anyway.
Something tells me it would be 78% again.
He also, the other way, he also wrote in response to the same thing, what the hell? Certainly improper, possibly criminal. So now he doesn't just want her fired, he wants her jailed for writing an article exposing something that's true. Like, it's not like it's a lie.
Yeah.
No one's suggesting it's a lie.
Yeah.
It's just true. It's a slight aside. We shouldn't have asides when we're this far over time. But I'll tell you who'd be interested in the possibly criminal part. That would be Ed Martin, who is a name you're going to hear a lot more of. He is the acting U.S. Attorney of Washington, D.C.
Mm-hmm.
He is going to be very prominent in the next little while. He wrote to Elon Musk at one point in time saying, if people are discovered to have broken the law or even acted simply unethically, you might be wondering what he's talking about there. He's not talking about the Doge guys. He's talking about people exposing the Doge guys.
Oh.
We will investigate them and we will chase them to the ends of the earth to hold them accountable.
Oh.
We will chase them to the ends of the earth to hold them accountable. People who even acted simply unethically. People who didn't even commit a crime. They were just unethical. The U.S. attorney says he will chase them to the ends of the earth to hold them accountable. This guy is if you're worried about the weaponization of law enforcement, this guy is the guy to watch. And if I was Catherine Long, I'd be definitely keeping one eye on him.
I'd be moving to Mars.
The other employee, that was Elias. The other one we know about is the 19-year-old, known as Big Balls. His name's Edward Corristain. You just saw that.
I'm a kid. I'm allowed to laugh at big balls.
Well, there's the thing. I don't care about him being called Big Balls. There's a lot of journos out there who are like, oh, big balls, big balls. Like,
I'm laughing because I have the constitution of a 12-year-old.
No, you're laughing because you love it. These journos, they're being self-righteous. I'm not being self-righteous about Big Balls. Like the Big Balls thing, that was his gamer name when he was like 16 or whatever. I don't give a shit. Like, fine, he could have once been called Big Balls. What I care about is that in his last job, before this one, he was fired from an internship for sharing information with a competitor. He was fired for leaking, and now he is breaking every law involving privacy. Jeez. And he's in people's he's been given this enormous amount of trust, and he's got access to just stuff he should not have access to. And his entire resume is just, I got fired for leaking. What the? So I'm not sure he's ideal either, to be honest.
Unless you said that the only way that we've heard about this is through Musk's tweets or leaks. He's not the one leaking it to us, to the press, is he?
I'm pretty sure that's Elon.
Oh, okay, great.
Sorry. You're saying so the other side. Sorry.
Yeah.
Maybe he's the inside man.
Yeah.
Who knows? Maybe he just can't help himself. Like he doesn't want to. Maybe he's really on Elon's side, but he just loves leaking so much. He's just got to leak to someone.
The bigger the balls, the more they leak.
That's a topic for the show. Put it in the blurb. That's good. I like it. We spend quite a lot of time on those topics sometimes coming to these. That's one for sure. Look, I'm not trying to trash these guys in particular, even though it sounds like I am. All I'm saying is don't make them completely unaccountable. Maybe. Just some safeguards, some guardrails.
Just
maybe.
Anything. Any fences.
Maybe. Why are these people gods? Why? Okay, where's it at now? Doge is now in the NOAA, that's National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration. It's the weather guys. He's Doge is in the Department of Energy. They tried to get the Department of Labor. There was a protest outside. They just beat a hasty retreat. Tom Krause, the one who seems older and more experienced, he's going to be the Financial Assistant Secretary for the Treasury. Fine. If he goes through the right process, Big Balls can do it if he goes through the right process. The bloody racist can do it if he goes through the right process. All I'm saying is just go through the right process. That's it. That's all I'm saying. Democrats, less said about them and their protests, the better. Much more effective than their protest is Senator Brian Schatz. He said he's going to place a blanket hold on all President Trump's State Department nominees until USAID again is allowed to operate normally and the administration ceases its, what he says, authoritarian behavior. Such a hold, it's not going to stop the Senate cold, but it will slow them down a lot. So that will get in the way. That's a good thought. Courts, the Treasury case, A federal judge has restricted access by Elon Musk's government and efficiency program to the Treasury Department's payment and data systems, which is nice. Only temporary restraining order. They're going to hear the case. He said there's a risk of irreparable harm. That's correct. Judge Engelmeyer ordered any DOGE official who's been granted access to the systems, the Treasury systems, since January 20, to destroy any and all copies of material downloaded from the Treasury Department's record and systems. Thank you. He also restricted the Trump administration from granting access to the DOGE officials in any respect to the Treasury Department records. They're going to argue about this on Friday's that court case. So this is the first really serious court case testing this shit out, which I've been waiting so long for. So good. This will go to the Supreme Court. We'll see what they do. The resignation package, the fork in the road, people getting to quit. The courts paused that. The expiration of the retirement package is paused while District Judge George O'Toole Jr. hears a case about whether it's even legal. 65,000 people have reportedly already taken up the offer, which actually isn't as much as it sounds because 150,000 staff quit every year, just normally. And this is a 6 week? It's a 7 week retirement. So actually they're kind of under numbers for who would retire over that 7 month period normally. There's a lot of ornery civil workers going, we know you're trying to get us, so we're not going to fall for it. The USAID Department, District Judge Carl Nichols, a Trump appointee, has issued a temporary restraining order preventing the employees from being put on mass administrative leave. So they're fighting back on that.
Cool.
He's also stopping USAID employees being evacuated from foreign countries while he hears a case about whether the ending of USAID is legal at all. So that's another important case as well. So look, this is starting to pop up in the courts. Yeah. Over the next week, there's going to be more and more of this as well. That's where they're at. And, okay, I've got 2 things here. I know how far we are over time. Okay, I just want to tell you one little side story about this, which is the Politico question. A great example of how screwed this all is. I'm going to give you one example. It's going to go a little bit, but this just epitomizes the problem with this situation is the Politico story. This did not come from DOGE. This did not come from DOGE. This did not come from Elon Musk. This came from a random Fox producer on Twitter, Kyle Becker, who was going through usaspending.gov, it's a website, trying to find extra cuts for DOGE. Because that's what's happening at the moment. All these Twitter guys, all these Twitter crew are looking around trying to find suggestions and tips. They go, yeah, cut that. Obviously, none of them care about the size of the cut. It's about getting the Democrats. It's, get this Democrat group, get that, get those lefties,
I would have said it was they either get a retweet or a job offer to join DOGE. Yeah.
There's that as well. Anyway, so Elon Musk, crowdsourcing with idiots. Here we go. Kyle Becker stepping up to the plate. He tweeted out, fun fact, Politico received USAID funds. Everything makes sense now. And he had this screen cap that you're looking at right now of an $8 million payment to Politico. That turned into everyone universally agreeing that USAID had paid an $8 million bribe to Politico to run stories like the Hunter Biden laptop story that the right was so offended by 4 years ago and they just can't get over it. The one where they were saying, the laptop might be Russian disinformation, that story, right? DOGE then responded like they had been to random tips. And it just so happened that DOGE then, DOGE cut the payments immediately because they took the tips. Yeah, we'll cut it. Yeah, absolutely. And they cut it. And just so happened at the same time as they were cutting the payments, Politico had a glitch in their staff payments on the same day. And so people started acting like Politico was entirely supported by USAID. The narrative became, they were bribed, and as soon as you take away the bribes, they can't even function. Like I'll tell you the truth of the matter in a second. I'm just building this up.
I didn't think this was the truth of the matter.
Yes. So, for example, Benny Johnson, which is a name you may or may not remember, tweeted out this. This is the biggest scandal in news media history.
Oh, good. Cool.
He's starting restrained. No employee of Politico got paid yesterday. First time ever the company missed a pay period. This is a crisis. Now we learn Politico, a news company which spent the last 10 years trying to destroy the MAGA movement, was being massively funded by US aid. Trump and Elon deleted their funding. Now Politico will go out of business. The corruption is endless. Good riddance. The biggest scandal of all time is the federal government buying subscriptions to an industry news service, apparently. Do you recognise the name? Benny Johnson?
No, I do not.
Where some might remember the name is from last year. There was a bit of a scandal about a group of blogger type, podcaster type sort of pundits.
I heard of a very big podcast scandal in the media the other week.
Yeah,
it's
no,
not this one.
It's not that one. No. And these people were paid $2 million each by Russia via a cutout to put out content. Benny Johnson was one of them. Paid $2 million a year by Russia through a cutout, a local cutout, to make propaganda videos for Russia. He feels that this is a big scandal.
Yeah.
The federal government buying subscriptions to an industry news service. Now, let me explain this, because the truth is, USA did not get $8 million from... Sorry, Politico did not get $8 million from USA. Politico got $8 million from the entire federal government. They got $42,000 over 2 years from USA.
Oh.
For 2 subscriptions. Both to an environmental publication called, I think it's Environment and Energy, or Energy Environment, E&E. So it's a 10K sub, basically, for this news service. And they had 2 subscriptions. That's what they did.
Sure.
These subs, they're not... I mean, the $8 million sounds like a lot of money, but these subs are not unreasonable. Political Pro is not like their news coverage, but more. Political Pro is minute-to-minute updates on regulatory decisions that impact specific industries, as well as legislation, votes, lawsuits. It's got niche reporting and analysis about news from within the federal government. It's made basically for agencies and government people. If they weren't paying $10,000 for this service, they'd have to pay for another staffer to do their research to find this material themselves, who would cost more than $10,000. So it's actually a reasonable expenditure. And, you might think I'm spinning for the Democrats there, but 38 Republicans use the same service, and a whole bunch of private sector services as well. Their customers include Lauren Boebert and Elise Stefanik and Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House. Okay, I don't think they're in with the Marxist conspiracy. In fact, just this week, literally just this week, a White House department bought access to Political Pro for 15 users. Just this week. And by the way, Politico is not the only people who offer this kind of service. Bloomberg has their own Bloomberg terminal, which is not this service. It's like a financial version of this. $32,000 a subscription they charge for that. Like, when you have access to valuable information and you're pitching to rich people, you charge through the nose. That's how it works, especially if it's a niche publication. That's what these guys do. Musk then decided to delete all Politico subscriptions because he just said, because he was responding to Twitter. He said, not an efficient use of taxpayer funds. This wasteful expenditure will be deleted. It's not really his job to decide if an agency gets good use out of specialist trade publications, because that's actually up to the agency heads to decide what publications. But, if you only cut them legally, I'd be okay with that. But he just keeps on cutting things not legally. Anyway, and so it then became government policy.
I can confirm that the more than 8 million taxpayer dollars that have gone to essentially subsidizing subscriptions to Politico on the American taxpayer's dime will no longer be happening.
And Trump, of course, got on board himself. Looks like billions of dollars have been stolen at USAID and other agencies, much of it going to the fake news media as a payoff for creating good stories about the Democrats. The left-wing rag known as Politico seems to have received $8 million. Did the New York Times receive money? Who else did? This could be the biggest scandal of them all, perhaps the biggest in history. The Democrats can't hide from this one. Too big, too dirty. Why did he not capitalize that one sentence?
Yeah.
In that big screen. So strange.
I think he, like you, got tired.
No, you thought there was no room to move after Benny Johnson's biggest news scandal in history.
Yeah.
But no, Trump did biggest scandal
in history.
Full stop in history.
Yeah.
Like there are some. You think back to the Middle Ages, there was some pretty big
stuff
scandals.
going on.
There really were. Yeah. That's big. The biggest in history that some government members, including your own White House, paid for Politico Pro subscriptions. Can I just point out that Politico is owned by Axel Springer, who is a German right-winger who loves Israel. Why would the far-left Marxist activists that these guys think USAID is, why would they want to go in business with that publication? I really wish Dave was here because I'd like to show how much an actual left winger hates Politico. So he could show, like, his nostrils would flare, he'd turn red. It would just be, yeah, it'd be pretty special. But take it from me, they don't like Politico. And the false, stupid claims continued. Ian Miles Chong said the government gave New York Times $26 million over 5 years. Turned out to be $1.6 million, and half that was from the Defense Department.
Millions.
They're all, yeah, I know. They're all subscriptions again. But anyway, but these guys are the think tank for Elon Musk, and he's taking his marching orders from these guys. So this is how it's working, right? Something comes up, one of his Musk's fanboys finds something, tweets at Musk. He makes the cut, encourages all of them, becomes government policy because Trump sees it and goes, yeah, that's great. That's how it's working. It's not even the tail wagging the dog. You know, it's the flea on the tail, wagging the tail, which is then wagging the dog.
What?
In fact, it's not even the flea. It's the virus on the flea, wagging the flea, and then the flea wags the tail, and the tail wags the dog.
Less of a think tank, more of a think Tupperware container.
Yeah, if that, lucky. And then my final section is this, very simple. What the hell is going on with Elon Musk? Because a lot of people don't realize this, that Doge originally had Democrat fans. Jared Moskowitz was on board. Ro Khanna was originally on board. But they're all running away screaming at the moment because it's just turned into this nightmare. And it's just this steaming pile of garbage. And I think that people would be a lot less concerned about the Doge operation if Musk wasn't the one running it and acting so unhinged. Let me give you an example I'm talking about. Someone tweeted at him this comment. What we're finding out in real time is the entire modern left is just smoke and mirrors. There is no left-wing voter base. All the elections are rigged and fake. All the liberal media outlets have no audience and are kept alive by USAID funding. All their politicians and political pundits are paid by USAID to say what the government wants. The whole thing was a house of cards. And Elon responded with, yes.
So he can take the time to confirm or deny this, but what is Doge up to gets a winky face.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Yes. Oh, he's got lots of time to tweet. He's tweeting like literally 100 times a day. Literally 100 times a day. But he's completely unhinged. When he was speaking about sacking 10,000 workers, this is what he tweeted. USAID is a criminal organization. Time for it to die. He wants to be a Bond villain. He wants to be a Bond villain.
Bond, isn't it?
Yes. The man, I mean, I cited this on Planet America. He has visions of himself like a messiah-like figure. This was tweeted at 3:59 a.m. This is the one shot the American people have to defeat bureaucracy, rule of the bureaucrats, and restore democracy, rule of the people. We're never going to get another chance like this. It's now or never. Your support is crucial to the success of the revolution of the people. The man who is keeping all information from the people as much as possible. And is getting cloistered with 40 random individuals that no one knows. Yeah, he's talking about the revolution of the people. And also, not only is he acting incredibly unhinged and worrying, but he's also been super imprecise for someone messing with lines of code that if he makes one mistake can screw up the entire government. He's been dangerously imprecise. At one point in time, people on Twitter were talking about the direct file tax system. That's a free tax preparation program. Elon replied, that group has been deleted. And there's this huge panic because it's a hugely popular tax file system. It's free. Why did you delete the tax system that's free, Elon? No, it turned out he meant, he didn't say this. Someone else worked it out. He meant that the designers of that system had their Twitter account removed. That's what he meant. Stop trying to sound hardcore, Elon. Just be clear. The man has no sense of responsibility whatsoever. He just wants to be cool and he just wants to shit on Democrats. And that is what I am most worried about this whole situation. I'm less worried than I was when I did Planet America, when I was really alarmed because the courts had done nothing at that point in time. I'm less alarmed now because the courts are starting to step up.
Yeah.
But I suspect within a day or two they're going to step up even more. If they can shut this shit down, or at least just make them do it properly, then you can save a lot of heartache, and then it'll be fine. But yeah, Elon he's very troubling at the moment. He's really, really troubling.
If the not way for the sake of America, please just do it legally for Chaz's sake.
Yes. Like just, and it's the way the government is working, the way it literally, the government is literally dancing to the tune of Twitter right now. And the worst elements of Twitter too. It's, oh my God. Like people who are just constantly comically wrong and like and just hopelessly biased. It's like, oh, yeah. Okay, that's my take on the Doge stuff. As you can see, it was pretty meaty. For those listening, we just white flashed then because I was considering doing more, and then I realized, what the hell is wrong with you? Just book a session with a therapist. It's been almost 5 hours, Chaz. You've done enough. And I have done enough. So there's going to be no correspondence. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that, but that was before the 5-hour podcast. And no, I'm not going back on what we said we were going to do at the beginning of this year. Obviously, I would have done a 3-hour and a peep, but I can't do a peep because it's a Monday. We're recording our next podcast on Thursday. We're running out of days. Sorry, no peep. So, so I've just crammed it all in here. I didn't want this to get too old, so we've gone with it. I will do some correspondence in the upcoming peps. Looking like this week there won't be a peep as well. It's looking like there'll be a Friday podcast coming out, and then next Monday I think, or might come out on Tuesday. I'm doing another podcast with Elle Hardy. I think, fingers crossed, we can get that happening. It should be great. There will be correspondence amongst them. And other stuff. But for now, I think we've done enough. Don't you reckon we've done enough, Lockie?
It really has been a Super Bowl Mad Monday.
It really has. It's been a Super Bowl and a Super Pod. And for those who managed to get through to the end on like weekdays,
congratulations.
You are my personal heroes because I promise you I wouldn't be able to get through it. See you guys on Friday, and I see you after the very lengthy edit on Thursday. I'll see you all at the end of the week. Till then, stay peppy.